before I show you how much cantaloupe I made for compost, I wanted to go over a couple of things with my garden that I may have missed. Show a couple of things too. I know I showed my growing bed with the cantaloupes already growing out, and I have a couple of videos before anything grew out with just the plastic and everything that I wanted to show. And before I get into the video, I do want to pass on some important information that I don't really see too many people on YouTube, talking about, or even telling people who watch it their videos about. Just basic things that you need to know about growing it. And I take my information from the Old Farmer's Almanac, which was founded in 1792. It's a good website, and it's been around since 1792, so it's got a lot of clout. So with that, I'm gonna go ahead and give you the basic information. It's basically a fruit. For sun exposure, it needs full sun. The soil type, it needs sandy. The soil pH is slightly acidic to neutral, and hardiness zones are 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Cantaloupes or muskmelons are delicious, heat-loving fruit with a relatively long growing season, making them especially well suited for southern gardeners. Here's how to grow cantaloupes in your garden. What is commonly referred to as cantaloupe is not actually a true cantaloupe, rather a type of muskmelon. True cantaloupe has a rough, warty rind and is not widely grown or commercially available in the U.S. Their cultural and growing requirements are very similar to other melons, and they have a net-like tan rind with sweet orange flesh. The names muskmelon and cantaloupes are used interchangeably. We will use the name cantaloupe on this page to avoid confusion. With planting, amend soil with aged manure or compost before planting. Grow the vines in raised rows known as hills. Ensures good drainage and will hold the sun's heat. For growing the vines in raised rows known as hills. If you are in a cooler zone, start seeds indoors about a month before transplanting cantaloupe vines. Before transplanting. Cantaloupe vines are very tender and should not be transplanted until all danger of frost is past. If you live in a warmer climate, you can directly sow seeds outdoors, but wait until soil temperatures warm to at least 65 degrees to avoid poor germination. Plant seeds 1 inches deep, 18 inches apart, in hills about 3 feet apart. If you have limited space, vines can be transplanted to a support such as if you have limited space, vines can be trained to a support such as trellises. Caring for cantaloupes like loamy, well-drained soil. Handle them gently when you transplant. Add lots of compost to the area before planting and after planting. Mulching with black plastic will serve multiple purposes. It will warm the soil, hinder weed growth, and keep developing fruits clean. Fertilize when vines start growing. row covers are a good way to keep pests at bay. While melon plants are growing, blooming, and setting fruit, they need 1 to 2 inches of water per week. Water in the morning, and try to avoid wetting the leaves. Reduce watering once fruits are growing. Dry weather produces the sweetest melon. If you've had an exceptional amount of rainfall during the ripening stage, this could cause bland fruit. Once fruit begins to grow, prune in buds of vines. Your plants may produce fewer melons, but they will be larger and of better quality. Vines produce males and female flowers separately on the same plant. They often begin producing male flowers several weeks before the females appear. Don't be discouraged when the first blossoms don't produce fruit. Blossoms require pollination to set fruit, so be kind to bees. Okay, so that's what I wanted to read to you and to put out there, because to me that is the most important thing. So especially about how deep you need to plant the seeds and how far apart. I also want to suggest that, because I was never told in my first year of trying cantaloupes, but don't just plant one seed in each hole when you plant. Put 2, maybe 3 seeds in each hole, and that helps out too. So with that, I will get to my video and kind of explain some of the stuff that I did this year. Okay, this is my growing bed. This is my cantaloupes just starting out. Now, in my other ones, I mentioned the fact that I made a mistake here, and that's with these trenches. They said to grow in hills, and I went and I did trenches instead, and I found out that that was a mistake because my leaves and my vines ended up going down into those trenches and created condensation, and the leaves got the spotted disease. I don't know if that's bad for the fruit, but I know that it actually happened, and it even caused like white formations on the leaves. I don't know if that was like mildew or something like that, but it did cause a problem with that. The fruits came out fine, most of them did. I didn't yield as much as what I wanted, but I got a lot of them. And this is the area where I had my peaches, and I'm thinking they were plum trees, or seeds. I planted them in there. I didn't get anything out of it, but that's what it looked like before the vines from my cantaloupes ended up overgrowing and taking over that area. I had different types of plants that grew up there, and I wasn't able to recognize if they were actually peaches or pear trees, because I've never seen them as little saplings, so I'm still trying to recognize them. I went on and tried to see what a cherry tree looked like. What cherries actually, peaches and cherries is what was up there. And well, I went on and tried to see what they would look like, the cherry trees, and there's like so many different varieties of them and different ways that they look. It was almost impossible for me to recognize them. Now down here I put peaches and I believe it was plum trees. Apples, I even went and put apple seeds and everything in there, and they didn't do it. And right here, I ended up mistaken these for possibly trees, and come to find out they were just, vines, weeds that grew up underneath there. Eventually, I pulled them out of there. It's like I said, I didn't have any clue what any of that was, so I took pictures of them. If you guys recognize any of these plants, please leave a comment so that I know what they are. I'm going blind on that one. These started growing out of this area, and I'm still going to try to work on getting those trees going, because like I said in my other videos, if I can get just one apple tree or one pear tree, one plum tree or cherry tree or peach tree, just one of them, then I'm set. I don't have to worry about having an entire orchard. I can have, just one tree that's producing. I can grow my cabbages and cantaloupes and lettuce and everything all year round, or every year. But with those trees, man, I mean, you got it set for forever, as long as you take care of it. But that is what they eventually look like. And this is the compost. I even kept the peels of the cantaloupes that we did eat. So what I did is I took this and I put it inside of my totes that I'm making into grow boxes right now. I have a video set up for that, but I layered it. I put dirt down, then I put my cantaloupes on top of the dirt, and then I took cardboard boxes, like soda boxes, and I broke them down, set them flat, and then I put dirt on top of that, and then I put cantaloupe in the box, cardboard, and I did it in layers like that, so that it's layered, and it actually puts compost into it, and I collected all of it. I do have seeds that I'm going to show the videos on, or how I dried out my seeds and cleaned them. And I'm going to tell you ahead of time right now that I do not, none of the seeds that were in these are in those seeds. Every seed that I've got, if I need that cantaloupe, and that didn't go into the seeds that I have extra seeds. If you guys are interested in any of them, say something in the comment section. Let me know. If you are interested in, buying or trading some seeds, I'd be more than interested in doing that. And like I said, I've got tons of them left over. They're good seeds. I'm going to be using some of them, but I'm going to get rid of the other ones, and I don't want much. I want maybe, $1.50 for 50 seeds or something like that, or we can work something out, But if you guys are interested in seeds, let me know. Well, that is all I have.
Let's remind me of your notes. Balkans. The Balkans what? Post World War II.
No, it was before. Well, he's actually the one who.
Sorry, no. I was looking at the Balkans. Point 3.
Oh yeah.
Are we talking about modern or relatively modern Balkans, or are we talking about pre-Soviet Union, pre-1930s?
It's before the Soviet Union.
Uh, Bismarck Republic, Real Politic. Yeah, Bismarck. Yeah.
And then
That's good.
now the audio is kind of
Well,
good. Yeah, now Bismarck was interesting. He was the guy who first officially unified Germany the first time.
yeah, he sort of created modern Germany. If you ignore the Soviet Union point, yeah, it's created what is now modern Germany. You
So
know,
I, I checked all the audio. It looks pretty good. I gotta go.
thank you. Okay.
Got
Oh, yeah,
gotta go with.
yeah.
I'm gonna set. I gotta make sure that the stream is on the playlist and stuff. And after that, should be set up and ready to go. Yeah, if you ever notice, man, nobody ever talks about Bismarck ever.
Mm, I don't
He's,
know. I've heard some YouTube talks on Bismarck, but yeah, but I'm not the regular person.
oh yeah, you get into all that freaky deaky stuff.
Hmm. Russo-Turkish War. I told you that my old man is a model painter. You know, military, two male, female models from mainly 17th, 18th, 19th century.
That's cool.
Um, he's got some really good books on the Russo-Turkish War, mainly from a uniform perspective. Also, I hear some interesting history in that. Well,
Some interesting stuff, man. Everything I've been going over here has been pretty good, so I really do like it. Well, I mean, not really like it because it's not really positive stuff, you know what I mean? But at the same time, it's interesting. So, okay, I got everything set up. It looks like the audio is working. I have YouTube set up with the playlist and the thumbnail. I better check D Live, make sure. Yeah, that sounds good. Everything's up. Now, after that, I guess I can do.
how do you pronounce that first point? Mag,
you know, Majorization is what I've been saying.
Okay.
Majorization. It's a really, really hard word. It's like that Ravinchism. But see, today Ravinchism, the reason why I keep trying to remember the name and everything is because today is where it's all going to fit into place. Because this is where things make sense. Okay, so
you're talking about 19th century, or 18th, 19th century Hungarian politics.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, one anyway.
Okay, so I'm gonna do my editing countdown for editing, and then I'll do the introduction, and we'll get on with it. So, 3, 2, 1, now. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Roger's Real-Time Talk Show event. Today, we are joined by Mark Edworthy, who had to go absent on us last week, which we're happy to forgive him for his misdeeds.
Thank you.
Being an Englishman and everything, we knew that it was undignified to not show up and be a part of. So I know that it had to have tore you extremely to be here on the show with
Good. Yeah. I counted every single minute of when I was asleep last Thursday.
Well, it was a good opportunity to for you to kind of bow out because what I did is I went ahead and I did some stuff that I knew would have probably driven you nuts. Um,
I did mention to you a couple of days, actually, day after Friday, that I listened to it.
yeah.
On the first thing to listen to it. So.
Now we had that comment about Hegel, and that stuck in my head. You know what I mean? And
Mm.
like we've been discussing romanticism, and romanticism and idealism kind of go hand in hand. They're really close, but they there is a difference. You know what I mean? So when you weren't here, it gave me a chance to kind of recap some stuff and kind of
Mm.
explain the difference between romanticism and idealism. So that was one thing that I wanted to get out there, so that it kind of gave a better understanding of things that were related to like Hegel and what his philosophical beliefs were. You know, so I was able to do that, but I stopped it because this is where stuff gets really cool. I actually backed up so that we could start at this point because it's very very important. I made some talking notes, but I know we're probably not going to get through all of it. Um, but and they aren't directly like pointed out in the talking points. They kind of go with the conversation. You know what I mean? So like the first one's going to be about majorization, which is a really hard word to pronounce, and uh, that's something that I've actually wanted to go over because this is real crucial when it comes to what I was talking to you about the blocks that were set up against Germany during World War II. The ones that I
Mm.
the ones that I say failed utterly, and it just kind of shows that Europe needs to get over this whole idea of setting up blocks because they don't work. You know what I mean?
Still happening. Look at the EU. You see?
We'll go through some of this
Mm.
because
Yeah.
that's actually where that comes into play. And ravagen, ravagenism. I keep trying to say that word too.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
That I've been trying to keep it on the stream because that plays into what we're about to go over, as well as what you've been talking about with Napoleon, the Napoleonic Wars. Okay, um, this has a lot to do with it too, and it's related to that Ravagism. I guess would be the best way of saying it.
Mm. Yeah.
So that's kind of like the breakdown of what everything is. So for that, I guess I could get started and see where it takes us. Sound good?
Carry on.
Okay, so while romantic nationalism began as like an inclusive cultural revival, it frequently evolved into what's referred to as ethno-nationalism. And that's something that we've discussed in previous episodes. Now, that's a belief that the state should represent and protect like a specific ethnic group above all the others. Okay. Now, the romantic ideal of cultural uniqueness combined with idealist visions of the state as like the embodiment of a people's moral will. That's what made ethno nationalism or the transformation into ethno nationalism possible. Okay. Now, the thing of it is like during the late 19th century, uh, ethno-nationalist policies were saw all over Europe. They started emerging all across Europe. Um, Now, I have made some examples of those, uh, or made some examples, I should say, of what that would be. So, if you don't have anything to say, I'll, I'll go ahead and list some
Yeah,
stuff.
I can see some of your list there. Yeah,
Okay, now the Austro-Hungarian Empire. That's what we were just talking about with the majorization policies. Now, what they sought to do, they sought to promote like the Hungarian language and their culture over all the other ones. Now, this is in an area that's like really. They had tons and tons of different ethnic groups that were inside of that area, and that caused a lot of stress and a lot of problems during that time period. Now, that leads us into the Russian Empire with Russification. Now, have you ever heard of Russification before? Or Russification?
um, possibly,
Okay,
possibly.
so now the Russian Empire, in their Russification, it aimed to assimilate minority populations. And when they did that, that often was at the expense of these ethnic groups' native languages and their traditions. Um, Now, that was one example right there. And when it comes to Pan-Slavism, this is where Pan Russian came into play because they ended up claiming that they were the protectors of the Slavic people. You know what I mean? And that allowed them to kind of annex that whole area because they were at conflict with the Ottoman Empire during that time period. You know what I mean? So it kind of gave them a domain because they proclaimed themselves the protectors of the Slavs, and that's where all of that ended up coming into play. Now, when all of this was going on, you also have to keep in mind as well the realists. The realists were attacking a lot of the idealist uh, stories that were coming out about heroism and folklore and legends and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So that caused friction on top of the fact that, like we were saying in the last episodes about pogroms, you know, on top of the fact that people were being murdered basically because of these ethno-nationalist belief systems that were taking root. You know what I mean? So you had a lot of things that were going on in this region. Now, after that, another area to look at is when it comes to the newly unified Germany and Italy, um, which was happening during that time. Um, Political leaders were emphasizing like what do they call that? Cultural homogeneity, I guess is the way you say it.
Yeah.
And they,
Yeah.
yeah, and they were using it and saying that uh, it was essential. You know what I mean? To like their national strength. So you had you had ethno nationalism, which wasn't only about like cultural assimilation. Uh, it could also be justify. It could also justify like the exclusion and like the persecution of minority groups, which was actually taking place. Right now, I've been focusing more on Eastern Europe, but later on, if you want, we could go over some stuff that did happen in France. You know what I mean? Because um,
you had quite a bit that was going on there as well, um, that we could get into. But like I said,
Yeah,
there's
12, early, very early 20th century,
it
or
would
9
be yeah
onward,
yeah it would
yeah,
be late night.
18th century, 1880.
It'd be late 19th century, early 20th century. Yeah.
So yeah. When Bismarck did find Germany or
Mm.
unified Germany, so 1870 onwards.
Right.
Uh,
So yeah, that's that's something that we could go over. Now with this area though, that's in Eastern Europe, which is usually the German areas and the Hungarian areas. Um, this is this is where the pogroms that we were talking about against the Jews came from in the Russian Empire, and that happened during the 19th and early 20th centuries, like you said. And then there
Lots of
was
Russian Jews and Russians and various ethnic groups. There have been issues since what the Middle Ages. So
since their exile from the Middle East, actually,
yeah.
it keeps happening over and over again. But
So
right here in this area, it's not just the Jews; it was also the Roma people that they were
mm,
doing this to, and it didn't just pertain to just them because and let me also point out this isn't just the German people that this was happening to, that was doing this. This actually was happening in areas that were occupied occupied by Hungary. And at this point in history, Austria-Hungary or the Austrian-Hungary Empire wasn't even unified with Germany. You know what I mean? So these pogroms weren't just being played out by Germans; they were also being played out by the Austrian-Hungarian Empire as well as the Russians. You know what I mean? Um, so that's something that's very important to understand right there. You know what I mean? Because a lot of people.
uh, our schools are going to the Ottoman Empire still exists up to what 1918. So yeah,
Mhm.
the Ottoman Empire had a lot of interest.
Yeah,
So
exactly. Now, the thing about it is what I was getting ready to say is like it was more about excluding minority groups from the greater uh, national movement. You know what I mean? Because they wanted to single out people who didn't want to assimilate into their form of government, basically, or their ideas. You know what I mean? So it wasn't just the Roma, and it wasn't just the Jews. It was anybody who did not fit in and did not assimilate. I
I don't
just
know. Russia has always had this sort of background of serfs or peasants and very feudal system, isn't it?
mhm. what
With the Jews. Yeah.
what's her name on D Live? I keep forgetting her name. She's got that Russian name. Um,
Oh, so, so
so
yeah.
she was talking about her history and like they were a bunch of Russians who were real passive. You know what I mean? They didn't believe in war and they refused to be a part of uh, of the military
Mm-hmm.
and they were basically chased out of Russia, and they ended up having to go to Canada, I believe, is what it was. So
Um,
I found that. See, and there's a lot of different ethnic groups that had to go through a lot of that stuff. So
well,
it's
Russia is a big country,
yeah.
fancy continent. So yeah, um,
Well, the big deal was is the czar wanted to set up a system to where he could unify Russia into uh, one one national uh, following. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Svetlana, that's her name. She was
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Svetlana. She was the one who mentioned that stuff. So, which I'm glad I actually went on because I just found out that D Live went off the air, and I keep having these issues take place when it comes to D Live. It just annoys the hell out of me. Like there is no reason whatsoever for D Live not to be going right now. It did 12 minutes and it stopped. But yeah,
Well,
that was basically what happened there. Now, the when it comes to the newly unified Germany and Italy, that's going to be something that comes up too, which we can go through. And you know, I wanted to mention that this is what actually was causing a lot of the things that led up to pogroms during that time period. And now, during that time period, a lot of these actions were pretty much rationalized as defending the authentic nation from elements that they perceived as alien or harmful. You know what I mean? And this was all a part of ethno-nationalist movements. They that's how they perceive these people as being alien or harmful to elements. They need to be eradicated. Um, now, the the critical aspects of political nationalism, huh?
I was just going to say, I think the better word would be removed than eradicated.
Well, at first maybe removed, but I don't know. There's a lot of evidence proving that there was a lot more of the violence happening, or there was just as much, maybe not on the large scale like with World War II, but these pogroms were pretty serious. I mean,
Mm.
people were just murdered without any kind of remorse. You know what I'm saying? They would go into these communities and just line them up and murder them. So, this was this always occurred. Like this wasn't just some occasional thing that happened every 10, 15 years. Like they were doing this on a regular basis. I don't think they would ever really be able to find the actual numbers of how many people were killed during that time.
Mm.
So, um, no, like I said, that a lot of these actions were rationalized that way. Okay. Um, now, uh, one crucial aspect of political nationalism during that time was the construction and the use of national myths. Um, Now you had both leaders and intellectuals who often like selected particularly historical events like battles or heroes, you know, to symbolize like the nation's character and their destiny. Um, these myths they weren't always accurate historically either. Um, They were narratives usually that were designed to like inspire loyalty and justify political goals, things of that nature. In the Balkans, for example, uh, they had the memory of the 1389 Battle of Kosovo. Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah, actually, I've done some research on that one many, many years ago.
Well, this became like a central symbol for Serbian national identity, basically. Um, Now, in Poland, uh, there was also the partitions of the 18th century, and they were framed as like martyrdom that proved the nationals' resilience and shit like that. You know what I mean? Now, these narratives were usually taught in schools. They were celebrated in public ceremonies, and they were used basically to mobilize public opinion. And usually that was during times of crisis that they used them, to kind of rally the people. Um, and the, the the thing that I find about it basically when it comes to this is like these were becoming like political utilities for the myths were, you know what I mean, and
Mhm.
what they were used because they well basically they had the ability to like uh, that like what we're discussing here is very complex history, okay, and it helped them to simplify a lot of historical events that were very complex to the average person. Um, and they made them very emotionally powerful. You know what I mean? So, like when when you read a lot of this text, it kind of creates this boiling in your blood, making you feel like really, really intense. You know what I'm saying? And that's what this stuff is supposed to do. It's supposed to produce that sensation within you, and that's what I was telling Mr. Robot when I was having a conversation with him. Um, and that's what these myths actually did. They created that sense of um, power. You know what I mean? That powerful emotional story that just caused your blood to boil and gave you all that intensive feelings of what I mean, superiority and shit like that. You know what I mean? So that's what I personally feel about that
Mm. Oh,
because
right. Yeah, I agree. I can see your point.
well, I mean, it gave you like a shared sense of purpose too. You know what I mean? And it made these people have that feeling of unity. But at the same time, it also reinforced divisions. Uh, and it caused problems with neighboring people,
And
especially.
Hans's purpose.
Mhm. Well, historical events too. Okay, you got to remember that the same historical events were seen differently from different people. You know what I mean? So whenever these people took these stories and they made them, um, powerful and really strong for those people, you had another group of people who were just next to them who said, "Hold on, man, that's not how it happened." So all of a sudden, freaking that causes uh, uh, division. You know what I mean? So that 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 will cause opposition, basically. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree with you. It would cause opposition there again. Will the opposition be effective? Will it be stamped out?
Well, it comes down to idealism. That's what you weren't here for last week. Um, Now, these governments or these countries, the political part, they understood that they could use idealists as tools. Basically, idealism could be used as a political tool. It was also good for their philosophical beliefs and stuff of that nature. So they ended up using it as a weapon. You know what I mean?
Mm.
So, to where they could perpetuate their own beliefs and their own causes. That's pretty much what I was covering last week, which I guess that's important to mention to you, so that you can kind of give me your take on that.
Um, not sure where I would go with that. Apart from what you've already said.
Now, basically, what I'm saying is like the philosophical underpinnings of idealism. It had like a direct impact on how nationalist movements understood the role of the state, basically. You know what I mean?
Mm.
So if the state was the manifestation of the nation's moral will, then strengthening the state to these people wasn't just a matter of policy, it was also a moral duty. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Um,
As we saw in World War One, especially all those Kitchener and in the US Uncle Sam posters.
yep, exactly.
Mm.
Now, not only that, but like this kind of view, it also justified like internal reforms, and usually they were aimed at consolidating power and external policies that aimed at like expanding influence. You know what I mean? And that's where you get into Bismarck's Realpolitik in Germany. You know what I mean? And before I even get into him, I want to also point out to people who are listening, and I don't know if you're aware of it, but Bismarck, he was very pragmatic, uh, okay, especially in execution. He was very uh, he was very much into like into this ideological justification. You know what I mean? He really got into that. Now there was a few other things that he was involved in, but when it comes to what we're talking about here, he was very pragmatic about this stuff. Um, Now, what happened was is he ended up unifying Germany under Prussian leadership, and that was framed as fulfilling the German nation's historical mission, basically. And he pushed that. You know what I mean? So that's where we start getting into Bismarck and everything about the Realpolitik in Germany. Now, you were talking about that earlier. Um, is there anything that you want to say about that you know about?
Uh, you continue.
Okay.
Mm.
Now, I mentioned it before. I mentioned it at the end of the last stream that I did about Bismarck, but I'm going to say it again. When people talk about Germany, you'll hear them talk about the Nazis. You'll hear them talk about World War One. You'll hear them talking about and I'm guilty of it too, the Weimar Republic. But they never talk about like Bismarck and the first time that Germany was actually unified. Before that, it was just a series of city states that were kind of loosely affiliated. You know what I mean? But Bismarck was
Very loosely. At one point, what there was something like 150 different profit for this.
Hmm. And he's the one who actually um, unified it for the very first time. And this was the first time. No, most of the people, when they think of unified Germany, they think of after the wall fell, but this is the actual first time. Um, Now, similarly, you had the Italians, Italian leaders like Cavour. I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name right, Cavour.
And so,
He used both diplomacy and war in order to bring about unification. Uh, he portrayed the process as the realization of Italy's rightful place among nations. You know what I mean? So he was playing the whole game too. Now in Russia, the autocracy it embraced like a form of state idealism that linked the czar's authority to the preservation of the Russian people's spiritual and cultural essence. So this allowed the regime at the time to present its policies, whether domestic centralization or foreign intervention, as like morally necessary for the protection and advancement of the nation. So you had all of that going on. That that brings us into the fusion of romanticism and idealism, as well as nationalism. Okay, now this became a real potent political force. And I think that's where things started changing. It's where all of a sudden they became fused together. You know what I mean? Um, it was very volatile, basically, is what I'm saying. Because what it is like the power. It lays in like the emotional appeal, and also like if you if you want the ability to mobilize like large populations, uh, especially towards like a collective action, then this is the way that you did it. You know what I mean? So its danger basically lays in the same qualities that once defined how nations became exclusive. It justified suppression uh, and expulsion, like you said. You know what I mean? If people were outsiders, they didn't belong. They needed to go. You know. So by the turn of the 20th century, nationalistic rhetoric was increasingly intertwined with notions of ethnic purity. This is where we get into ethnic purity. Now, the shift was accelerated by the rise of racial theories that claim scientific legitimacy, providing like a pseudo rational basis for policies of exclusion. In multi ethnical regions like the Balkans, this contributed to cycles of violence and reprisal that destabilized entire states. This also is where the pogroms started escalating to, and it started getting out of hand, and eventually it would lead into what we would call Nazi Germany today. You know what I mean? And that's where I also wanted to point out that this stuff didn't just happen in Germany with World War II. Like, we didn't get this horrible, evil man named Adolf Hitler who came and spoke all of these words that was never heard before, and everybody just decided to do it. You know, that this was stuff that was going on for years and years beforehand, and he just he caught on to it and used it to his advantage. How say you, Mr. Edward?
Yeah, it didn't happen just because a little failed artist from Austria that liked cream cakes wanted to rule the world.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing that I think a lot of people have a hard time with. Now, the one thing I do want to figure out though, what was the rivalry between Hitler and and oh God, now I'm having a brain fart. Winston Churchill. That's something that still to this day kind of well, Winston Churchill, I don't think it was really towards Hitler more than in what it was towards Germany. You know what I mean? But for some,
Well, it's like, oh, sorry, Churchill had a long established military career. He fought in the Boer War, didn't
mhm. Yeah, but what
he?
would you can't tell me he did not have like a hardcore resentment for the Germans. Like there
I'm
was
not sure. I've never seen any sort of concrete evidence on that.
he actually gave a speech saying that it didn't matter if it was Adolf Hitler or somebody else. It was going to happen. You know what I mean?
Hmm. Hmm.
So, I mean, it was just, and if you really check into him, you'll find out that there were a lot of little comments that he made that kind of gave you the idea that
During Churchill's time, did he ever fight against the Germans?
I believe he did in World War One.
Okay,
He was a soldier
gotcha.
in World War
Yeah.
One. So now by the turn of the 20th century, like I said, nationalist rhetoric was increasingly intertwined with notions of ethnic purity. Uh, and this shift was accelerated by the rise of racial theories, scientific legitimacy like eugenics. Eugenics was very, very notorious for that. I did a stream here recently when it comes to that, and there
Eugenics was studied by a lot of countries, including the UK and the US.
exactly.
Um, what's that 1930s film? Keep proper reference to it somewhere. Um, Tomorrow's Children, a film that was made in the US in the 1930s, about the sterilization of people that courts or women that courts decided weren't unfit to be born. And I can't remember the name of the video. Tomorrow's Children.
See now you're getting all excited and your mic's messing up.
Okay. Yeah, it just reminds me of the US. There was a US film that was produced in 1934 called Tomorrow's Children, which looked at the issue, which was more prevalent in the US at the time, about having courts decide on who can give birth or not.
Yeah, and that's where you get selected breeding is what it was. They believed that you could create the pure race if you did selective breeding with women,
Mm.
like you would with like animals. You know what I'm saying? They
Comes out of the Darwinist argument.
Well, I've got to check into it, but I believe they said that his brother was really the one who pushed the eugenic side of it. Um,
Yeah, I've heard a theory on that one.
but I'm not too sure on how much truth that is, to be honest. So I don't really want to get into that on here because we are trying to stick to facts. Because I know how you get mad when I start using conjecture. You say, Roger, stop being so full of conjecture.
Something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Sometimes.
Yeah. Now, in the early 1900s, the competing nationalism of Europe, uh, many rooted in like the romantic idealistic traditions, or the idealist traditions, they've become entangled in the alliance system and imperial rivalries. Uh, that can be seen in the Balkans. You have the Siberian or Serbian nationalism. That was influenced by Pan-Slavism, and it was supported by Russia. Uh, that clashed with the Austro-Hungarian ambitions. Um, Now, with that, that's where we get into the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand in 1914, and that was the spark for, I believe, World War One, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah. That's the public. Yeah.
But see, like the thing that a lot of people don't understand though is like the underlying fuel was actually like decades of nationalist agitation. Um, that was filled with a whole bunch of historical myth making. And not only that, but like political maneuvering that was rooted in like 19th century convergences of like ideology and romanticism. You know, where they were really taking a hold. And people today, whenever I hear them talking about ideology this and ideology that, and they don't understand how dangerous ideologies are. You know what I mean? They really have no clue. Your ideology.
How, how dangerous ideologies can be.
Well, yeah, exactly. If they're pushed to the proper limits to where, you know, somebody wants to manipulate it politically and create an agenda that isn't good whatsoever, then we could have mass genocides like we had in the good old days back in World War II. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Uh, you know, or it's just we don't even have to take it that far. We're just talking about Serbia. You know what I mean? Let's look at Serbia. That happened what back in the 80s, early 90s.
Uh, we're talking about after the Cold War.
Yeah,
And so we're talking about
the 90s.
95, 96, 97.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's actually pretty well for us. It's actually new. For a lot of these younger ones, that's like way back in the olden days, the horse and buggy days. You know, but it's
Uh,
really
didn't I point out a few countries that are, well, allegedly committing genocide at this present moment to you just a couple of days ago?
yeah.
Actually, the thread
Well,
that started last Wednesday.
actually, that could have been Mr. Robot. You guys were getting into a pretty big rant. Just so people,
Yeah,
just so people know before you start talking about that, I want to let people know if they're listening to our stream, you need to come to our Element Matrix chat room if you want to get into some cool conversations because these two are wild, man. Him and Mr. Robot just go on for hours and hours, back and forth, back and forth. So,
you can be just as bad.
well, yeah, whenever I wake up enough to actually read through it. And then by the time I get there, there's like a whole freaking list of stuff that I have to read to catch up. So, yeah, you're right. So where were we? We were talking about the Archduke Franz Ferdinand, which was the spark for the First World War. And this, like I said, was fueled by like decades of nationalist agitations, um, historical myth making, political maneuvering, and this all had to do with the convergence of idealism and romanticism. Um, now, in the early 19th century, uh, Germany wasn't uh, it wasn't a single state, okay? And this is where we were talking about, where they were like separate city states. It was like a patchwork um, of I guess it would be more than 3 dozen independent kingdoms, is what they said and what I found.
I don't know. Throughout the 17th, 18th, 19th centuries, it was jumping around all over the place of Germany.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know
Um,
they called them kingdoms, duchies, and city states.
yeah.
And they were usually linked loosely. Now, during that time period, they called it the German Confederation, I believe is what they referred to it as.
Yeah.
Now, this is where we get into what you keep talking about when you keep talking about the Napoleonic Wars, okay, and how that contributed to a lot of this stuff. Now, when it comes to Germany, the Napoleonic Wars, it both humiliated and it inspired the German people. You know what I mean? Now, uh, when it comes to French occupation of Germany, I always mention the Weimar Republic, and I keep forgetting the fact that frickin' they actually occupied Berlin during the Napoleonic Wars too. You know, so that's where the revanchism comes into play. You know what I mean? Because they had that sense of humiliation. You know what I mean? But not only did they have that humiliation, but they were also inspired. The German people were. You know what I mean? Um, Now, while Napoleon's occupation it did dismantle the Holy Roman Empire, um, it also exposed the Germans to the idea of like political reform and unity and stuff of that nature. Um, Now, the Romantic idealist current, um, fueled by thinkers like Fichte or Fichte, I always call them Fichte. Have you ever heard of them? And cultural figures like the Brothers Grimm. I know you've heard of them.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, they began to frame the German-speaking people as like heirs to a shared historical mission, basically.
Also, didn't Vivaldi do this within a lot of his operas?
He could have been there. There were
Yeah,
tons of
Vivaldi.
them. There were tons of them that actually did it. Like it was a big movement. But the thing you got to understand too is like this nationalism was more cultural, more than what it was political. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Um, During this time, universities became hotbeds for nationalist sentiment. Um, they had student groups. I think they had one called the Burschenschaften, and
Okay.
it organized rallies that celebrated German history and language. But then at the same time, while I did that, it would also condemn foreign domination.
Actually, it wasn't Vivaldi, sorry. I was thinking of Wagner.
Wagner.
Yeah, that made more sense.
Mm-hmm. So you had that going on in universities, okay? But the, the 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 thing about Europe though during that time is it was actually dominated by like conservative monarchies. You know what I mean?
Mm.
After the Congress of Vienna, which was in like 1815. Now these nationalist aspirations, um, they were very carefully monitored, and a lot of these countries suppressed it. You know what I mean? So this is where I start talking about the Carlsbad decrees in 1890, 19, for example, where a lot of these movements were cracked down on these nationalist student movements, basically. They also censored the press, and they strengthened state surveillance in the German Confederation. Uh, that eventually led to the revolution in 1848, and that's where it became a turning point. Uh, Across Europe, liberal and nationalist uprisings erupted. And in the German states, there was a serious push for like unification under like a constitutional framework. You had the Frankfurt Parliament that was assembled, uh, and that had the aim of creating a united German national state. Um, but the only problem with that was they had internal divisions, and that was usually over whether to include Austria or exclude it. And resistance from the conservative monarchy eventually was what doomed the project because King Frederick William the Fourth of Prussia. Now he rejected the offered crown, like like how they wanted to do in England, and the reason why he did that, he 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 rejected that crown from the unified Germany, was because he said that he wouldn't take a crown from the gutter. You know what I mean? Meaning that offered by revolutionaries rather than bestowed by divine right, basically. You know what I mean? So, what do you think about that? Do you think that England was bestowed, your royals were bestowed your crown by the gutter?
Um, Isn't a argument to say Richard? No, Richard the Third. Henry?
Henry Henry VIII, maybe.
No. Who was the bastard king? Richard the
Oh,
Third.
yeah.
Yeah,
I've
there's an
never.
argument. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Frederick William the Fourth of Prussia, he rejected the crown that was offered to him by unified Germany because he felt that the crown was from the gutter. He rather than being handed to him by divine right, uh, it was handed to him by revolutionaries, and he didn't see it as befitting. So the failure of 1848 that actually taught nationalist leaders that unification couldn't be achieved through idealistic assemblies alone. Um, it it required power politics. This is where we say enter Otto von Bismarck. Okay, and realpolitik. This is good stuff. This is where things start making sense, especially when it comes to what we today call socialism. Okay, this guy probably did something that not even England did. Actually, England probably, by the time they started really getting a firm handle on their socialist programs, took note from this guy because of the things that he did. Um, his realpolitik approach, which was in the 1860s and the 1870s, it brought unification through a series of calculated wars. This man didn't just go to war, he calculated them. Okay? Like, he said that we're going to go to war with these people, we're going to go to war with these people, and he calculated what the effects were going to be so that he could unify Germany, first of all. Okay? Um, First, you had the Danish War of 1864, I believe, which secured Schleswig and Holstein. The Austro-Prussian War of 1866, it excluded Austria from German affairs. And then you had the Franco-Prussian War of 1870 to 1871, which rallied the southern German states to join Prussia against their common enemy, basically. Now, Bismarck's unification campaign was cloaked in nationalist rhetoric, but driven by pragmatic statecraft. Okay, now that's the most amazing part about this stuff. He was very pragmatic when it came to doing this stuff and using statecraft. And here in a little bit, I'll go over that whenever it comes to what he actually did when it came to actual government. Now, once the German Empire was proclaimed, which took place in the Hall of Mirrors in Versailles, that was in 1871. The new state adopted policies that reinforced like a shared German identity. That would include standardizing the language in schools, promoting national history, cultivating military pride. And that was basically like tools of cohesion. Now, even with that being said, the same nationalism that unified Germany also set it apart. Okay, it set it apart as a challenger to like the established European order, and that laid the groundwork for future conflicts. So, when you look at that, you look at Italy's path to unification afterwards. Which followed like a similar trajectory from romantic ideals to strategic politics. Did you ever get much into the unification of Italy by any chance, Mr. Edward?
Not overly. No,
And
not overly.
now, in the early 1800s, the Italian peninsula was fragmented into various kingdoms, duchies, and territories. They were usually under foreign control, notably Austria in the north and the Bourbon monarchy, which was in the south. They had a term. It's really hard to say in Italian. It's called the Risorgimento, but what it basically is the resurgence, and it was much like a cultural movement, the same as what it was in Germany. It was more of a cultural movement rather than a political one.
Mm.
And what that involved was like writers, poets, and historians. They would emphasize Italy's like shared Roman and Renaissance heritage. Uh, and they would always portray unification as like a restoration of past glory. So, have you ever heard of a guy called Giuseppe Mazzini?
Yeah, rings a bell.
Now, he was the ideological heart of the early movement. He founded Young Italy in 1831, and his vision was a democratic republic Italy. It was supposed to be united through the will of the people. Mazzini's rhetoric was steeped in idealistic and romantic language, which appealed to like the moral duty of Italians to liberate their homeland and shit like that. Now, his influence eventually inspired uprisings across the peninsula, uh, even though these early revolts usually failed. Like, and that was usually due to like poor coordination, and then like you had the overwhelming military strength of these foreign powers that were in charge. Um, Now, the revolution of 1848 that saw significant uprisings in Milan, Venice, and there were other cities as well. But Austrian armies were real quick to like reassert control. Um, uh, what this basically did was it made it pretty much clear that that ideas alone couldn't overcome like really hard entrenched imperial power. You know what I mean? So the unification uh, cause then kind of shifted towards a more pragmatic leadership, kind of like it was with Bismarck. And that was under the Count Camillo di Cavour, the prime minister of Piedmont, Sardinia. Now he understood the necessity of diplomacy and alliance building. He aligned Piedmont with France during the Crimean War, which gave it a seat at the table in European affairs. Now, in 1859, he also secured French assistance against Austria in the Second Italian War of Independence, leading to the annexation of Lombardy. Uh, the momentum continued uh, uh, with revolutionary leaders like Giuseppe Garibaldi. Have you ever heard of him? Garibaldi and the Red
Yeah,
Shirts. Now
yeah,
they
yeah.
now they ended up marching north from Sicily, and they captured the kingdom of Two Sicilies, and eventually handed it over to King Victor Emmanuel II. So in 1861, the Kingdom of Italy was proclaimed, though I will say that full unification didn't happen and it wouldn't be completed until 1870 with the capture of Rome. Now, the new Italian state, it also faced like deep regional divides as well. Um, and this had to do with the industrialized north and the rural south, which were often at odds with one another. Um, Now, national policies promoted like standard Italian in schools, centralized governance, and again, like military service, uh, and that was supposed to like foster unity and shit like that. Um, Now, like Germany, Italy's unification uh, had it basically showed how like romantic idealistic dreams uh, could be achieved through like calculated political maneuvering. Uh, but you also have to understand how fragile it is. You know what I'm saying? Um, it's really hard to say with like that. Like, there's no cohesion there. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no long term cohesion there when you do that kind of stuff. And that's kind of what I see when it comes to a lot of the stuff going on today. Like, you'll hear a lot of people talk a lot of this um, patriotic stuff and their ideology. Kind of pushing it. They don't understand that's not going to last. You know what I mean? It's gonna cause. You might get temporary solutions, but long term, it's not going to do anything. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Sort of.
You know, it's not. Basically, it's the absence of long-standing cohesion. Basically, that's what, and I really don't like freaking saying government is good. That's something that you really are into, but you know what I'm saying. It's just, as a government, it doesn't really make things cohesive for long term goals. Is all I'm saying.
Mm.
And like you said too, like with Russia, you know what I mean. When it comes to Russia and their embrace on the whole romantic, idealistic nationalism, like it was pretty complicated because of its vast size, and not only the size, but let me also point out, like there was a lot of ethnic, or there is a lot of ethnic diversity in Russia. Like, everybody thinks Russian and they think like they're all like the same kind of ethnic groups, but they're not. There are a
And
lot
like
of.
I said, Russia covers two continents, Europe and Asia. So
Yeah.
obviously you can get a large, yeah.
Now, the idea of a distinct Russia or Russian mission, it emerged real strong in the early 19th century. It was intertwined with the concept of orthodoxy, um, autocracy, and nationality. That was formulated under Tsar Nicholas I as the ideological triad of the empire. Now, this doctrine, it cast the Russian state as both the spiritual and political guardians of the Slavic world. Pan-Slavism emerged as a powerful ideological current, which initially promoted by intellectuals who sought like cultural unity among Slavic people. Uh, and they like the idea of being under Russian protection, basically. Now, um, this vision, it found a political outlet in Russia's foreign policy, particularly in the Balkans, where Orthodox Slavs lived under Ottoman rule, like you said. You know what I mean? Um, Russia's self-proclaimed role as the protector of these populations provided moral justification for intervention, and that can be seen in the Russo-Turkish War of 1877 and 78, which contributed to the independence of Serbia, Montenegro, and Romania. and the autonomy of Bulgaria as well. So um, you had that going on, but domestically, the same nationalist ideology was also used to promote Russification, uh, and that was an effort to assimilate non-Russian populations. That would be especially in Poland, the Baltic states, and part of the Caucasus. Uh, that would pertain to Russian language and culture that were imposed. Um, that they usually imposed them in administration, education, and religious life as well. Uh, that would always provoke resistance. I remember with when you heard the stories about Russia and the gypsies. See, that's why a lot of the gypsies, well, most of them now, have converted over to Christianity. Is because at one time they were all pagan, and they ended up having to convert over to the Christian belief, which now the majority of them do believe in the Christian faith, but it's really kind of saturated with their old ways. You know what I mean?
Mm, mm.
And that's basically what that happened. That happened because of the Russification process that took place. Um, they were basically being imposed. That was being imposed on a lot of these ethnic groups. So it's the pan-Slavism abroad and exclusive Russification at home. It kind of reflected the dual nature of maintaining tight control over its own huge, diverse empire, basically. So, in the late 19th and the early 20th centuries, there was also, well, they saw the rise of anti-Semitism with pogroms targeting Jewish communities, and that would also be like discrimination against the Romans, and they also had incidents where they were um, being murdered too. Um, and this is where they started using justifications uh, to for defending the purity of the Russian nation. Basically, you know what I mean? That's where all that basically started. And let me remind you too, like I said earlier, you know, this has nothing to do with Germany. This has to, first we were talking about the Austrian, and now we're talking about the Russians. This is where it's all going on before World War II. You know, so it was happening all over that region.
Well, before World War One, even.
Yeah, you know, that's something that I think a lot of people don't understand. You know, it's really important to kind of bring that up because this was an issue that was taking place. Now, the Balkans were perhaps the most combustible arena for romantic idealist nationalism in the late 19th and the early 20th century. The decline of the Ottoman Empire created a power vacuum that multiple national movements wanted to fill. Serbia, Bulgaria, Greece, and Romania all pursued territory expansion under the banner of liberating their ethnic kin from Ottoman and Austro-Hungarian rule. You see, so Serbia in particular saw itself as the heart of the greater South Slavic Federation. influenced by both Romantic nationalism and Russian backed Pan-Slavism. Serbia supported uprisings in Bosnia and Macedonia. This brought it into direct conflict with Austria-Hungary, which annexed Bosnia-Herzegovina in 1908, despite its large Slavic population. Now, Balkan, Baltic nationalism, it wasn't purely defensive. It was it was also a form of expansionism, and it was rooted in historical claims, in the belief that uh, in like national destiny. You know what I mean? Um, that would bring you to the Balkan War, or the Balkan Wars of 1912 and 13, where you saw a lot of alliances form and dissolve as states fought both the Ottomans and each other over territory. These conflicts deepened the animosities, and they created conditions ripe for more escalation. Uh, and that's when we come to the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand uh, in Sarajevo. And this was done by Gavrilo Princip. And he was a Bosnian Serb nationalist. Uh, he was this actually, just so everybody knows, was the immediate trigger for World War One. You know, and like I said before, this goes back to decades of nationalist agitation. You know, you had competing territory claims. Uh, there was great power rivalries that intertwined with a lot of this romantic slash idealistic vision of like national self-determination. And self-determination is something that everybody always talks about today, like it is so great. You know what I mean? And I mean, when you take a look at blocks, okay, and how blocks were set up, then you look at self-determination and what it actually is, okay? You had these countries that set up borders for freaking this ethnic group and this ethnic group because they had the right to self-determination, okay? And they created this kind of system, and you can see it even in the Middle East after freaking the fall of the Ottoman Empire, where they started breaking up what was controlled by the Ottoman Empire into freaking this area, this country, this country. Like now we have Iraq, we got Iran, we got freaking Saudi Arabia, and all of this was broken up where before there wasn't freaking borders. You know what I'm saying? But because they were using self-determination, they were able to justify that and allow it to be done. And then we sit back now today and we wonder why we have all these problems going on in the world. You know what I mean? So I'm not a big fan of this whole self-determination thing. I think that was probably one of the biggest problems that we had, or that we have today, to be honest.
But in the opposite form, the US is a self-determining country. It's,
Well, each state determined its own borders.
yeah.
You know what
Well,
I mean?
then
That's the difference between Eastern Europe, and freaking the Middle East. They didn't have the right. They didn't have a say in that. You know what I mean? These people said, "Well, you have a right to self-determination, so this is your border." You know?
some borders are natural forming borders,
Oh yeah.
mountains, rivers, seas.
Well, from Germany all the way over to Russia. Okay, how
Hmm.
many borders have been put in place since this self-determination thing came into play. It's getting ridiculous now. You got countries that are the size of New York City, dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah. On the opposite side, do you want to see a situation like the EU across the world,
Yeah,
a globalist nation?
and that is actually going to be mentioned here in the future when it comes to the EU and everything, because this has to do with a lot of their crap too. Like they preach this self determination crap. It's a big,
Do they?
yeah, they
The
do.
EU is all about unification.
Well, you're see here in the United States, we've got what we call the federal government, and
Yeah,
like
the EU is a federal government in everything but name.
right, and actually it would be like a union more than it would be like a federation. You know what I'm saying? Like federal. The word federal.
There's a lot of similarities between the EU, EC, and or EU and the US.
Hmm.
There's a lot of similarities.
But yeah, that's something that I've always had an issue with when it comes to that self determination. I don't think that it actually did anything positive. What?
But the UK, a country that is um, got got total natural borders around it, being a island. The UK arguably has done well out of self-determination.
No, they haven't. Dude, you guys had those borders since England was ever. Come
It
on,
depends
dude.
on which perspective you're looking at, but
Self determination was a term that was literally coined. Okay, they when they say self determination, they did it with a freaking a narrative, basically. I mean, you know what I mean? It was actually something that they actively did during that time period, and they referred to it as self determination.
mm,
You know. Now, by the mid 19th century, Europe was a continent in transition. The Napoleonic Wars had reshaped the political map, and the Congress of Vienna in 1815 had attempted to restore conservative order, and industrialization was transforming economies and societies at a pace never before seen. Now, in this shifting landscape, two powerful but very different political traditions were developing. That's realism and socialism. Now, this is where it starts getting good, okay? Because realism, in its 19th century form, especially in foreign policy, was rooted in a sober assessment of power and the limits of idealism. Now, for statesmen like Clemens von Metternich in Austria and later Otto von Bismarck in Prussia, politics was not about like chasing utopian dreams, but about maintaining stability, securing the state, and navigating the balance of power among Europe's great powers. Okay. Now, realism assumed that national interests and survival were paramount, that alliances were temporary, and that morality in politics was always subordinate to the needs of the state. Now, socialism, by contrast, emerged from the pressures of industrial capitalism. Now, in the rapid growing industrial cities, workers face long hours, unsafe conditions, and low pay. While wealth and political influence were concentrated in the hands of capitalist elites, basically. Now, the socialist critique, which was shaped by thinkers like Karl Marx and Frederick Engels, who we went over last year, Mark's favorite guy right there. Uh, they argued that capitalism inherently exploited labor, and that political and economic systems needed to be reorganized to prioritize equality and collective ownership. Now, this right here is something else I wanted to point out. This is where socialism during that time period was where they wanted to they wanted to take over everything from freaking, and they wanted to build it from the ground up on a socialist uh, belief, on a socialist program. Basically, they didn't want anything that was capitalist to survive. It was gone. You know what I mean? And they were going to build it from the ground up. That's the one thing that I want to point out. They believed in uh, like uh, collective ownership, basically. You know what I'm saying? Um, it was basically an idealistic project in the sense that it aimed to like restructure society on principles of like justice and cooperation and all that good stuff that you always hear. You know, um, they often envisioned it as like some international solidarity that was supposed to transcend national boundaries and shit like that. Which, don't get me wrong, I mean, this isn't the same as what I was talking about earlier when I mentioned freaking um, when I mentioned freaking the self determination whatsoever. You know what I mean? This is where this is like what is it? Something without borders. What do they call that again? Doctors Without Borders and organizations like that. Today, that would be what they're talking about here when they're talking about without transcended national boundaries is basically what they're talking about right there. Now, at first glance, realism and socialism seemed diametrically opposed. Okay, uh, realism was conservative, rooted in the interest of existing states and ruling entities. Socialism was revolutionary. Uh, it seeks to overturn the very structure that realism was wanting to preserve. Over time, though, the weird part is they began to intersect, not because of shared common goals, but this goes back to what I was saying about the pragmatism. Okay, um, and Germany was the first ones to implement it. It was because of pragmatic statecraft. We discussed that earlier about statecraft. Um, Now, what happened here is Otto von Bismarck. Okay, not only did he like unify Germany through freaking basically methodical freaking wars that he purposely set up so that he could unify this country, but he turned around and he did something that none of these other countries did. Um, like I said, socialism It was basically a revolutionary thing where they wanted to overturn like the structure of all of these governments. Um, and over time, uh, it actually changed, and this happened because of Otto von Bismarck. Now he was appointed prime minister or appointed minister president of Prussia in 1862, and he embodied like 19th century realism uh, in pretty much its most like skillful form. His concept of real politics prioritized the power and security of the Prussian state above all else, using diplomacy, alliances, and war as tools to achieve long-term strategic goals. Now, like I said earlier, he through like a series of calculated conflicts, uh, the Danish War, the Austrian-Prussian War, and the Franco-Prussian War, uh, Bismarck basically orchestrated the unification of Germany under the Prussian leadership, uh, without allowing revolutionary or liberal forces to dictate the terms. But also, I want to point that out. Now, Bismarck's Germany, it was basically a conservative monarchy headed by Kaiser Wilhelm I. But it emerged in a Europe where socialism was gaining momentum. Okay. Now, this had to do with industrialization in the new German Empire, and that was becoming rapid, and it was and pretty intense. Uh, and, it, uh, and socialism during that time had become a growing uh, working class movement, basically. Okay. Now Bismarck, he actually took notice of it, and he was worried about this stuff. And do you actually know what he did, Mark, when it came to this? How he dealt with socialism?
Uh, carry on. I'm not a clue.
This is what is so profound about it, okay? Where all of these socialist movements were wanting to freaking take over the government and freaking build it from the ground up. Bismarck freaking he had to bring that to an end, okay? Um, and how he did that was, uh, well, like the Social Democrat Party, the SPD. Okay, it was founded in 1875. It became a focal point for working class organizations. It advocated for expanding political rights, labor protections, and in the long term, it was supposed to be a socialist transformation of like society as a whole. Now, Bismarck saw socialism as both a political threat and as a social challenge, okay? On the one hand, he viewed the SPD as a danger to the unity and the stability of the empire, especially given its anti-monarchist and internationalist rhetoric. On the other hand, he understood that the grievances fueling socialist support were real, and if left unaddressed, could destabilize the state. Uh, Bismarck's first response to socialism was repression. Okay, now in 1878, following two assassination attempts on Kaiser Wilhelm I, which was carried out by individuals with no connection with the SPD, uh, but used as like its pretext. Bismarck pushed through the anti-socialist laws. Okay, now these laws banned socialist organizations, publications, meetings, and it forced the SPD to operate underground. Now, for over a decade, socialist activity was curtailed though it wasn't eliminated. Now, the SPD continued to grow in strength, even though all this was going on. And what was weird about it was they were running candidates as independents and organizing through like informal networks. Now, at the same time, Bismarck embarked on a groundbreaking program during that time period, and this is where you kind of get an idea about how socialism works today. Okay, um, what he did is he created uh, uh, groundbreaking programs of social reform. Okay, not because he had embarked or embraced socialism, basically, but it was because he wanted to undermine its appeal. Does that make sense? So what he ended up doing was between 1883 and 1889, basically Germany introduced the world's first comprehensive social insurance programs. Health insurance in 1883, accidental insurance in 1884, and old age pensions in 1889. Now, these policies, that they were revolutionary in scope, but they were implemented with a conservative purpose. Okay, this was to bind the working class to the state and weaken the attraction of radical politics. This was the convergent point. Bismarck, the arch realist, borrowing tools from the socialist toolbox to preserve a conservative state. So basically, him being a conservative, he created these freaking socialist policies in government so that he can basically take the wind out of their freaking sails. Okay. And this is where you start, everything starts coming together, you know what I mean? To me, it does, at least. And this is probably where England started adopting their ideas. This is most likely where it started happening in the United States. You can see like the transformation because it's everywhere. You know what I mean? It's really interesting how this all works out. I'm really glad that I did this year because I freaking caught this. I haven't caught it before. This is the first time I've read about Bismarck, but not like this. You know what I mean? I'm not saying he was the best man on the face of the planet, but this was a very, very, very smart move. To be honest, it really was. But I'd also like to point out that this was the precursor to World War One and World War Two. Like, they did exactly the same thing when it came to the Blitzkrieg with Hitler. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like whenever he did the Blitzkrieg, it was freaking the same effect that freaking Bismarck did to unify Germany. It was calculated attacks. So I found that pretty interesting. So you falling asleep yet?
No. Yeah, it's just interesting to look at the two sides of the history and seeing the similarities.
Well, I know that when I look at a lot of this stuff, there were. I'm really glad too that we did last year because, like, when we were going over the stuff that was happening with socialism in England, and then I'm looking at this, and I'm kind of like taking a look at the opposite side of it more than what I am the socialist side, and I can kind of see like the blending. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Where a lot of this is really pretty interesting because Europe is really where a lot of the issues, from what I'm finding out, is come from. I actually did a list of all the actual uh, wars that happened in the medieval time last week, I believe it was, that had an alliance of 5 countries at least. And you would be amazed with how many wars took place in Europe during the Middle Ages
Mm, yeah, yeah.
with
I wouldn't be surprised.
with more than
Consider, uh,
with more than 5 countries aligning with one another. Even it's pretty amazing. Okay, so after German unification in 1871, Bismarck's focus turned to maintaining peace in Europe because he feared that any major conflict could threaten the new empire's security. Uh, his foreign policy centered on a complex system of alliance that was designed to isolate France, uh, who was still bitter over the loss of Alsace, 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 how do you say that? Alsaces in
okay.
Lorraine.
Oh, yeah, Osage. Yeah.
Uh, and to prevent war between Austria-Hungary and Russia, both of which were potential allies but also rivals in the Balkans. Now, Bismarck's diplomacy uh, kept Germany at the center of European politics without overexerting its reach. But his successors, they weren't. They were less cautious. Now, after his dismissal in 1890, Kaiser Wilhelm II abandoned Bismarck's carefully balanced system uh, to pursue a more aggressive wealth politic, which aimed to expand Germany's influence overseas. Now, this shift alarmed neighboring states and began to turn the German Empire into a perceived continental threat, especially in Eastern Europe. So, by the early 20th century, uh, as German power grew, countries on its eastern border, particularly those with mixed ethnic populations in histories of German settlement, they began to view Berlin's influence as increasingly suspicious. Now, Austria-Hungary, a lot of people don't realize it, but they didn't like Germans. They considered Germans as nothing but greedy German bankers, and they didn't want them anywhere in their area. You know what I mean? Like you, I felt for this too, where because I've heard it. You know, Hitler was real big on wanting to unify Austria-Hungary with Germany again. You know what I mean? During the Weimar Republic, but I keep forgetting the fact that freaking Austria-Hungary didn't like Germans. They didn't want them in their region. They considered them to be like greedy freaking bankers that were wanting to come into their area and freaking steal their lands and shit. You know what I mean? They were really, really against them. But I was glad that I went over this because I finally remembered that. And they were very suspicious when it came to the Germans in that region. So this was especially true in the lands of the Austrian-Hungarian Empire, and among national movements in Central and Eastern Europe. In the Czech lands of Bohemia and Moravia, German influence was a deeply contentious issue. These regions had long been part of the Habsburg monarchy, but they contained large German-speaking minorities, especially in urban centers and border areas. German culture, administration, and economic dominance were often perceived by Czechs as a form of political and cultural hegemony. Now, by the late 19th century, Czech political leaders were organizing not just to promote their own national revival, but to limit German political influence. Now, this took the form of bloc politics. Okay. Now, alliances among Czech parties, even those with different political ideologies, to resist German dominance in regional assemblies in the Imperial Council in Vienna were taking place. Now, these blocs, they sought to push back against policies that favored the German language in administration and education, and to secure greater autonomy for the Czech lands within the empire. Now, this was considered a defensive coalition. This was considered defensive coalition building, and it was a broader European context, basically. So it wasn't just like the Czechs doing it. It was all of these countries that were surrounding Germany that were creating these blocs to try to keep their influence out of their regions. You know what I'm saying? And they were actively doing it to try to suppress the German people. This was the build-up to what would eventually become I believe it's the Second War. No, the First War, maybe. The First World War.
Yeah.
So, Germany's growing industrial and military power, combined with its increasingly nationalist politics, made it a potential hegemon in Central Europe. Czechs, Poles, and other national groups in the Austro-Hungarian Empire saw limiting German influence as a part of the larger struggle for self-determination. Okay, that's what self-determination basically comes down to, where they believe that freaking they can like set up these blocks and they can actually curtail, I guess you could say, countries like Germany or freaking Iran. Like, you guys always talk about all these great freaking restrictions that are set on Iran, and look how much that's done. You know what I mean? It doesn't work. None of this shit works. And that's another thing that I keep forgetting to mention too. It's like, all these years, we're supposed to have these freaking restrictions on Iran, and dude, they're still there. You know what I mean? It's just like all of this self-determination shit just keeps repeating itself. They've been doing this shit forever, dude, and it has shown absolutely no results whatsoever.
I'm not sure about no results. Yeah, Iran's example has been Should I say stable? For the last, what, 40 odd years? 50 odd years?
Well, I mean, you gotta kind of put the word stable into
Well,
context, dude. What's stable to
perfect.
us and what's stable to Iran are two different things. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Freaking a family with one camel is a stable freaking life, dude. It's like one somebody gets to ride the camel to town. You know what I mean? It's like they don't need no stinking garage. That. Okay, so interestingly, by the early 20th century, the socialist movement had also become like a tool for resisting German dominance as well, albeit in a different way. Now, socialist parties across Central and Eastern Europe maintained international principles, which in theory meant opposing national chauvinism from any source, which included German nationalism. Now, in practice, socialist parties in places like Czech lands often found themselves in tactical alliances with nationalist groups to oppose specific policies or electoral coalitions that were dominated by German parties. This represented like a strange echo of like the Bismarckian convergence, uh, just as the conservative realist had borrowed from socialism to secure his state. Uh, Nationalist movements were now like borrowing from socialist networks and organizational strengths to like bolster their own political struggles. Uh, this eventually would be what would bring the First World War into play. You know what I mean? The First World War basically shattered the old European order. You know what I mean? That was completely gone. Um, the Austrian-Hungarian Empire was basically it was like a complex patchwork of ethnic groups, and they were held together by the Habsburg authority. They basically disintegrated, uh, and that was because of the combined uh, weight of like military defeat. Then you had the economic collapse. That doesn't even go into like the nationalist unrest that was going on. For the Czechs, uh, again, this was an opportunity that they had been looking for a long time. Uh, like I don't know if you've ever heard of Thomas Masaryk. Have you ever heard of him? Now,
Not I don't know.
he was a guy that freaking was very very and Bernays. Have you ever heard of Edward Bernays?
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah, they actually kind of worked hand in hand sometimes, and they're the ones that were pushing for the blocks that were taking place in Europe, and when that failed and German occupation happened in the Czech regions, they fled to France. You know, uh, and that's where they started pushing their socialist, uh, their socialist propaganda. Basically, it was pretty. Yeah, that right there is something that we can get back to later on. That's more in a different area. But they were pushing for the Czech independence movement, and they were like they were always into the whole idea of cultivating Allied support during the war. They did this in France, by the way, where they fled the Czech Republic after their plans had fallen into freaking had fallen horribly. You know what I mean? Like they were direct results of this war taking place because of their actions with the bloc. Okay, they instigated the freaking war, and what did they do? They fled freaking to Paris. You know.
Mm.
Uh, Now, the they cultivated the Allied support during the war. They framed the struggle not only as a fight for self-determination, but as a part of the broader war against autocracy and militarism qualities they associated with both Austria-Hungary and Imperial Germany. When Czechoslovakia was declared in October 1918, it was designed as a multi-ethnic democratic republic. Now, the new state incorporated not only the Czech lands of Bohemia and Moravia, but also Slovakia and Carpathian Ruthenia, regions with their own linguistics and cultural identities. Now, this created a state in which ethnic Czechs were the largest group, but substantial minorities existed, mostly notably a large and economic significant German-speaking population that was concentrated in the Sudetenland along the Hungarian, Slavic, Ruthenian, Poles, and the Jews. Along with the Hungarian, Slavic, Ruthenians, Poles, and the Jews. So you had a lot of ethnic people that were there in that area. So while Czechoslovakia's founding ideas were rooted in like this liberal democracy, its leadership was shaped by the memory of political struggles under the Austrian rule, where bloc politics had been the only defensive necessity that they had. And of course, this legacy would carry over into the new republic's domestic and foreign policy, especially in its approach to German influence. Now, the German population of Czechoslovakia, it wasn't a smaller political irrelevant group either. It numbered roughly 3 million, about a quarter of the population. They were concentrated in regions that had been economically advanced under the Austria-Hungary. Now, many Sudetenland Germans viewed the new state with suspicion too, and they also had some that were just outright hostile. You know, they saw themselves as being transferred to Czechoslovakia rule without their consent. So that caused a lot of issues there in the region. Many Sudeten Germans viewed the new state with suspicion. Their political parties often advocated either for greater autonomy or for alignment with Austria or Germany. and this fueled fears in Prague that the German minority could become a conduit for external influence, basically. Uh, and to be honest, this wasn't paranoia without some form of precedence either, because that kind of stuff was taking place, um, especially during World War II. That became more prevalent in that area where, what was the SS, I believe, they had a lot of strong influence in that region, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, in the decades before World War One, the German-speaking communities in Bohemia and Moravia had been politically organized, economically influential. They were closely connected to Vienna and indirectly to Berlin. Now, in the early 1920s, Czechoslovakian leaders feared that Weimar Germany or a future more aggressive Germany could exploit these ties to undermine the young republic's sovereignty. In response, Czechoslovakian leaders revived and institutionalized the bloc politics strategy from the pre-war period. The Czech political spectrum was divided into multiple parties: agrarians, National Socialists, and these National Socialists, they were distinct from the German Nazi Party. They were two separate forms of National Socialists. Then you had the Social Democrats and others, but they regularly formed coalitions to ensure that German parties couldn't dominate the legislature or key regional councils. Now, this coalition building wasn't only like purely nationalist. It also had a pragmatic, realist element, which was inherited from like the late 19th century experience. So this goes back. They just keep using the same kind of politics over and over again in this region, and as time goes by, the Germans just, in my opinion, they just got smart and said, this is all we got to do, and that's how they ended up gaining power and momentum during that time period, because that's all these people were doing. They were just using these bloc politics over and over again, and it was just that they weren't actually producing anything productive. You know what I mean? Kind of what we were just talking about with Iran. You keep doing the same stuff over and over again. I mean, you're not going to get any different results from it.
Maybe.
So now, Czechoslovakia's leadership understood that the unity among Czech parties, even across ideological divides, was necessary to prevent political fragmentation that could be exploited by the German minority or by external powers. Now, in this way, bloc politics served as a continuation of the realist strategy to maintain internal cohesion, to strengthen the state's position in a potentially hostile environment. The role of socialism in this framework was complex. Now, the Czechoslovakian Social Democratic Party was a major player in government coalitions, helping to craft progressive labor policies social welfare systems, and democratic protections. This meant that, in an ironic historical twist, socialist principles were being used in alliance with nationalist goals to protect the state against German nationalist ambitions, mirroring in a different context the way Bismarck had used social reforms to protect his conservative empire against socialism. Now, Czechoslovakia's bloc politics, they weren't confined to its domestic scene either. Now, in foreign affairs, the new republic actively worked to create coalitions aimed at containing Germany and Hungarian influence. The most notable of these was the Little Entente, a military and political alliance formed in the early 1920s with Romania and Yugoslavia. Have you ever heard of that?
Sort of, yeah. I have.
Is it? What do you remember of it?
Very little. Again, not looked at this sort of thing in many years.
Okay, so the Little Entente was designed to preserve the post-war territorial settlements, particularly the borders defined by the Treaty of Versailles and the Treaty of Trianon. Now, for Czechoslovakia, it served multiple purposes. It deterred Hungary from attempting to recover lost territories in Slovakia, and it discouraged German revisionism in the Sudetenlands, and it provided a collective security framework in a region where the League of Nations was often seen as too weak to enforce peace. So the alliance also reflected the realistic calculations that small and medium-sized states could only resist the pressure of great powers by pooling their resources and coordinating their strategies. In this sense, Czechoslovakia's foreign policy was a direct descendant of 19th century realism, adapted to the new realities of the interwar period. So the fragile equilibrium of the 1920s began to unravel with the global economic crisis of the early 1930s. That would be the Great Depression. And that hit the industrialized Sudetenland particularly hard. And that created like fertile ground for radical politics. So as Adolf Hitler consolidated power in Germany after 1933, the Sudeten German Party, the SDP, which was led by Konrad Henlein, grew rapidly in strength, openly aligning itself with Nazi ideologies and receiving support from Berlin. Now, for Czechoslovakia, the German question now took on an existential dimension. The bloc politics strategy at home was no longer just about legislative maneuvering. It was about defending the very survival of the state. So the government increased its military preparedness. They sought stronger ties with France and the Soviet Union and tried to maintain the Little Entente, though the alliance was weakened under the external pressures. Now, this Little Entente is the exact It's the example of what I'm talking about with these block politics. Okay, and it's like I've been saying, and they still do it today. Like you said, like they really have this idea that freaking block politics works in Europe, and they keep doing this stuff over and over again. You know what I mean? They never stop. Little Entente is a perfectly good example of it. When shit hit the fan with Adolf Hitler, you know what happened to these freaking coalitions and these alliances? They just fell apart. And they repeatedly do that over and over again over there. They practice this block politics like it's actually something that works, and it doesn't. It never has. So, did I just go on a rant?
Partially.
Okay, so this was the moment when the long arc from Bismarck's conservative realism to socialist nationalist alliances to Czech bloc politics eventually reached its crisis point. Now, for decades, German power, whether in the form of Prussian realpolitik, imperial nationalism, or economic dominance, it had been like a central challenge to Czech political strategy. Now, under Hitler, that power had returned in its most aggressive and expansionist form. And the ultimate test came basically in 1938. Hitler's demand for the Sudetenland, couched in the language of self-determination for ethnic Germans, was a direct assault on the I can't even call it Czechoslovakian. It's Czechoslovak. These days we call it Czech or Czechoslovakia. Now back then it was Czechoslovak, but it was a direct assault on their state. You know what I mean? Now the Munich Agreement, brokered by Britain, France, Italy, and Germany, without was brokered without Czechoslovakian participation, and that forced Prague to cede the territory. Now, in doing so, it dismantled the defensive bloc politics strategy that had been defined, or that had defined Czech political life for quite a few generations. Now, once the Sudetenland was annexed, Czechoslovakia's ability to resist further German aggression, it just collapsed. And in March of 1939, German forces occupied the remaining Czech lands, dissolving the republic. The convergence of realism and socialism that had once been used to preserve the state was no match for the sheer force of the Nazi expansionism. What do you think of that? See, that's my final argument against bloc politics in Europe. They're stupid. That's all I got to say is they are stupid. They repeat the same shit over and over and over again, expecting different results. That's the definition for insanity. You know that, right?
So the EU is just insane.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And you didn't think we was going to be able to get through all that, did you? You said that before. I don't think we're going to be able to get through all that topic. So we did it. What's your thoughts now that I got all that done?
Just as I just said, the EU, the European Union, is a loony bin. It's a
They
mistake.
they don't learn their lessons. You know what I'm saying? Like they're doing exactly what freaking Germany did to unify itself. Exactly. And then they turn around and they're using it now for like expanding into the entire European, all of Europe. You know what I mean?
Oh, I'm not sure about all of Europe.
Well, they would want to have all of
Well,
Europe.
they would want to, but
You know what I mean? I know they don't have all of it, but their goal, I guarantee you, is to do this all over Europe. So I
they
could
will
see.
collapse before that happens.
I guarantee you something bad is going to happen in Europe within the next maybe 10 years.
The
I,
collapse of the EU, the collapse of the European EC.
yeah. So I I think we should end this because I'm really tired. That really hurt my head just reading that stuff. What do you think?
Yeah. Well, you've covered everything you wanted to go through.
Um, well, now this opens us up to where we can get through to we can go through World War II, and because this really gets us into that area now, and
Okay.
maybe go into leading into the EU, the construction of it, because
Okay.
I think we're going to have to also mention the rebuilding of Europe and how all that fits into it too, which I think uh, that should be because this is the eighth episode. So in the next one, as long as we get to the the
About the destruction of the League of Nations and the creation of the United Nations.
yeah
That would
that
be covered in that.
yeah
In, yeah.
that would be a really good thing because that would also kind of bring out a conversation about Coolidge as well.
Mm.
Cleveland Coolidge, wasn't that the guy? He was the one that came to the United States preaching about the the League of Nations.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
I think
Was
he
it
was,
Coolidge? Yeah, I think you're right.
or was it Cleveland? It was one of the two.
Yeah.
One of those foolish names. But yeah, I think that would actually be a good idea. You know, when you get through it. But
Mm.
I I did want to get through this because this is a lot of the area that I think a lot of people are confused by when it comes to this time period. They don't really understand that there was a lot of things that were taking place, and this isn't even all of it. You know what I mean? This isn't even talking about the Dreyfus incident or anything like that. You you ever heard of the Dreyfus incident?
Rings a bell.
Well, you know the actor Dreyfus, Richard Dreyfus.
Yeah.
His grandfather was
Mm.
actually French, and he ended up serving time in a French prison over a lot of stuff that had occurred in the past. That right there is something that I could have gone through, but we dogged the socialists of England last year, so I wanted to kind of hold off on dogging the socialists of the entire continent of Europe until we got up to the EU, because that's when I can get into my real good bad mouthing.
Okay.
But to be fair, in this year you actually dominated because you're the one that pointed out 15 freaking constitutions, dude, in France. Okay, that is like that is like the bottom of the barrel. Australia isn't even as bad as freaking France, in my opinion. Like they've lost all credibility. They're below Canada.
Okay.
Seriously, like you realize how bad that is, don't you? Like
Well, you know,
15 constitutions.
a lot has happened in France in the last 200, 300 years.
We've only had one. How many have
Right?
you had? How many constitutions have you guys had? One? You didn't.
Since since year 1000, I don't know. Oh. As a country,
Well,
and
no.
define,
Well,
yeah,
no.
define what is England.
You can't include Magna Carta. I keep hearing you guys. You actually have an invisible constitution. That's what you guys call
It's
it.
not invisible. It's not invisible. You can read the individual documents.
Well, you know what that means, though. It's not like set in stone. It's not
Yeah, it's not
codified.
codified. It's set in sort of set in stone.
Well, not really. You know what I'm saying? Like you guys have it as like a understanding that these are our rights, and that's about it. You know what I mean? But you haven't changed them, have you? Like you guys haven't like literally changed your entire constitution 15 times.
No, because like you said, we haven't got a codified single constitution.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting by itself. I'm glad that I learned that because that just blew me out of the water when I found out that, because I knew you guys had the invisible school, and now you have the invisible constitution.
Like I said, each individual piece of paper can be read, can be
Mhm.
accessed.
Through the internet. You can access it through the
Yeah.
internet. You can do it on the internet. You can go to the museums if you're in England. I believe you guys have a copy of it in the museums, don't you?
I think there's 3 copies, 2 copies of the Magna Carta that still exist.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe 3. Yeah.
Well, I mean, there isn't 15 copies running around, you know. So,
But yeah, 3 copies of exactly the same text.
yeah, the same text. So I think we've done good. I had to go in and ban a comment that was on Kick for trying to get me to buy.
Yeah, they still that.
Yeah, we were able to get through all of this with no problem. DLive, I don't understand why they keep messing up like that. Like it was running. I even have Twitch still up and running. Okay, and DLive is not even doing anything. So
Hmm.
it, it just it just stopped. It decided, okay, we're not doing it no more. And I knew it was on. It just decided to stop in the middle of everything. So I'm getting so sick of DLive, to be
How many
honest with you.
views? Well, yeah, I told you about that after stream, but
Yeah, but before we go, man, go ahead and tell everybody how they can find you, Mr. Edworthy.
okay. Most obvious places are minds.com and the username Medworthy.
Excellent. I'm glad to have you back because there's nothing better than freaking torturing the hell out of you with freaking information.
Yeah.
I almost had you falling asleep there, I could tell. So,
I think I'm going to need to pour another coffee in a second.
okay. So, Just letting everybody know with us, you can find us on Rumble. You can also find us on Kick as well as Twitch, sometimes on D Live. And on YouTube, you can find us, well, on YouTube and Rumble, you can find us at The Praetorian. That's the channel I got there for these two. Now on Kick, you can, and D Live, you can find me at Roger_Hanson, but at Twitch, you have to look for Infamous 1969. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. If you did, please like, subscribe, share, make comments. We'd love to hear your feedback. Just tell us hi. It doesn't even have to be about the topic. Just say hello and have a conversation with us. We're pretty pathetic that way. That's all we want is to talk, So, freaking within the vacuum on Matrix. On the Matrix, he called us nerds. I posted the talking points on there, and he said nerds. So,
As a compliment.
yes, it is. So with that, I am going to say thank you guys for watching. I hope you have a good day, and we are done. Talk to you later.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. The James Webb Telescope detected a planet that potentially contains water and possibly methane on it. So that does suggest there is a possibility of not a signature of life, but a possibility for the conditions to allow for life. I know it's a very slight, small difference, but there is a distinction there.
Yeah.
Well, what did they say? Sulfur-based molecules called dimethyl sulfide, which on Earth are only produced by life, primarily maritime phytoplankton. So it is a signature for life, to be honest.
It's a signature for condition, as you said, on Earth.
Yeah.
Who knows what?
What they're saying is, we have noticed that life produces it here, so possibly it can do it elsewhere.
Right.
So it is one of the signatures of life.
I think
specifically
you're making a very large leap there between the possibility of.
See, he's getting excited. His mic's starting.
Can you put my screen back up, Roger? I'll show him the article.
Yeah,
I've read various articles anyway. So,
well, I want to add to that too, because you actually hit on some good points, and the article that I read on was off of freaking Science and Nature. And they actually did a pretty good article on it. They said that they mentioned some of the stuff that you mentioned, but they also added that there's a chance that these signs that they're getting, because what they have to do is they don't actually visualize the planet, and I think a lot of people get a misconception of that, because when they see these photos from NASA, they think that they're the actual things, and they're not. Those are actually artists who draw those photos, and they use them, but what they actually do is they take the telescope and they aim it at a sun, and they wait for shadows to go through it, and the way they determined what chemicals were found on that planet is they looked at the difference in the coming off of that shadow with the backdrop of the sun behind it when it's in between the telescope, Earth, and the sun. So that's how they do it. And what they said was this could indicate water. It could indicate, but it could also indicate a planet that has liquid lava all over it. For example. So the one thing that does tie it in is what Mr. Robot was saying when he was talking about the compounds there. But they said that the best thing to understand is just because that's the way it is on Earth doesn't mean that human or life is the only thing that actually creates those compounds. You know what I mean? We don't know that far ahead in technology to really determine that life is the only way that those compounds are created.
Wow, I can't imagine that it would be. They said it's a 0.3% chance that the findings are a fluke, but they also say that not only is the planet 124 light years away, it's got a star called a red dwarf, right? So that means it's older than our solar system. The sun has already exploded into a red dwarf. So the fact that it's older to me says that there has been more time for life to develop potentially, It is a little bit cooler as well, so it's possible that it's more stable conditions for that kind of life, So yeah,
I was watching
I think it's a potential.
Potential. But I was watching a Lotus Eaters video a couple of days ago, and I think I linked it to you. I mean, or referenced it in Matrix. After I saw it, where the commentator was looking at this same issue, bloke by the name of Bayou Dada was died, and he pointed out that as far as we know, a red dwarf sun cannot, even though the planet is within the so-called Goldilocks zone. So,
well, they say this one is in the Goldilocks zone. Liquid water can exist at that distance.
But he mentioned that, as far as we know, there is red dwarfs cannot, because of radiation, cannot allow for life on planets within that area.
Now, it also goes on here to say, too, that the Earth, well, the planet actually, first of all, is named K218b. And the planet itself is 8 to 9 times more massive than what the planet Earth is. Now, what I've learned about it is in context of a planet that is our size, that would apply. But when it comes to bigger planets, that necessarily doesn't apply either. And they were also talking about the moon. What is it? The ice moon. This could also have a frozen top or something of that nature, which I believe.
Not necessarily HO2.
So, fact check false mark. Red dwarfs emit less radiation than our sun, not more. So, it could potentially create conditions where, bacterial life would exist, like phytoplanktons and stuff.
Oh, he just fact checked you. Isn't that so?
Again,
I can't have Mark spreading misinformation around here.
Okay, again, it goes back to my point though.
Conditions, England too.
Conditions rather than potential conditions.
Well, yeah. I mean, and like I said too, when it comes to this stuff, you can't really give a hard point fact that there's life that's been discovered on another planet because there are other factors.
No, you can't. But when it quacks like a duck, flies like a duck and tastes like a duck. It probably
You've
is a duck,
you've
isn't
got
it,
to
Mark?
prove out that it definitely tastes and flies and quacks like a duck.
Yeah, they were actually talking about that. Like when they do their experiments, like that they have to be more precise than the percentages when it comes to gambling. Okay. Um, and they were talking about that. So it's like before that, what they have to do is they have to be 99.9999999% sure, you know, that this is true before they can freaking come up with an agreement that there is actually signs of life on that planet. It's actually 99.999999, or no, just 5 nines.
Didn't they figure out that like mushroom spores can actually exist in space for really long periods of time?
No,
So
I don't know about that. I've heard of bacteria being found on the inside of the satellite that was retrieved from the outer orbit, I believe.
that's
Yeah, but
right. And they didn't
again,
they
this
find
is
some Mars rocks here that had like things that looked like bacteria, ancient bacteria on it, something like that?
Let's see.
yeah, but that could come from Earth and got shot out into space, meteorites or something. But again, you were talking about in the
Now you're
solar
dabbling
system.
in conspiratory theories, Mark.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Now, right now, on
But
that,
we are talking about in the solar system here. We are talking about our own solar system here. We're not
right?
talking about.
Did he go blank again?
No, I'm still
Okay.
here.
Now, I found out that right now they're at 97 or 99.7% sure, and that's not good enough for convincing scientists that this
Hmm.
stuff is even there to begin
90,
with.
99.7. I'd take a bet on that
Yeah,
any day. I
they
like
said,
those odds.
yeah. And then they said, let's say they get to 99.99999% sure that it is there. That doesn't tell you what's making those materials either.
Mark
So
will still come out and say, yeah, but there's still a 0.00001% chance that there isn't life.
and yes, Earth does produce those materials. Okay, for a certain kind of life, but that doesn't preclude that they're the only that there aren't other processes that exist that on these other planets. You know that are.
For that specific signature, they said it could also mean that there's a magma ocean over the planet, which means no life would exist there for sure.
Right. But it would be
So,
cool because then you'd be visiting a freaking planet like the one off of freaking Star Wars, and I think that's cool. So any way you look at it, I think I think that's going to be a pretty cool thing that they're going to be looking at. You know, um, so
so
go ahead.
um, do you know about Francis Crick?
No, tell me about
He
France.
is one of the guys that found out what the DNA double helix looks like. I can't remember the other scientist's name, but they basically they looked at an X-ray of
And sperm.
DNA, and it looked like an X. And then they took LSD, and they actually realized it was a double helix. They were the first ones to discover it, and they also realized that the conformation of DNA is actually so complex. There isn't enough in our historical record. There isn't hasn't been enough time for it to naturally have formed here. All
Mhm.
right, let that sink in. Like they were the first ones to come up with this idea of panspermia, directed panspermia, which says that DNA had to have come from somewhere else for life to exist here. Now, if you follow that logic, it means that either DNA is accidentally being transported around the universe, or it is intentionally being transported around the universe. And if the latter is true, we have sort of like scientist aliens going around using planets as petri dishes for genetic experiments, long-term, million-year-long, genetic experiments, which makes a lot of sense to me, considering that it's the perfect environment to do such a thing. You can monitor how DNA evolves over time and develops in different conditions. That would create the perfect place to come back to and harvest DNA for potential uses on other planets that have those conditions. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It
Again,
just makes sense.
you make an assumption that life didn't begin on Earth. And if you say
This is
that,
not my assumption, Mark. This is the people who discovered DNA that came up with this theory. So
that's
that's
logically
a little bit of
speaking,
credence behind it.
if life that didn't exist on this planet, you could say life didn't exist on any other planet, which
Well,
in probability they only exist on one planet. Therefore, how did that sound?
well,
Look at the facts. Look at the facts, Mark. What have we learned in the last few years? All right. We've learned that there are spaceships going around our planet that we don't know where they come from. We don't know who's flying them, but we know we can't shoot them down, and they're going faster than anything we've ever seen before.
They are still a part of who we are. Even though we feel that our beliefs are important, if it is not as important to the many, then it is not considered important to the whole. We should all be able to understand this in order to be a part of society, but this does not represent who we are and what we believe. Behaving well and practicing religion does not determine our beliefs. Many people use morals as a way to achieve personal goals. These are practices that have been learned from the beginning of civilization until now. We are not a person because of our work responsibilities or because of the opinions of others. Our actions do not define us, and decisions must be made in life that situations create, which we must decide ourselves. Some are decisions that do not make us happy, but they have to be made. Some are selfish that help us, hurt us, and sometimes both. So they must be made cautiously. We can only go so far in life, taking values in rewards, evaluating our achievements on if we get the same amount as the people around us. Do we do things to be rewarded for fame and recognition, or because we enjoy doing them? Is it important to consume, and does anyone really deserve what they get? Is man's desire only to be a human who wants or a human being? These ideas are always blurred by the needs of each person when children and family are concerned. According to the intellectuals, we live in two worlds that consist of immortality and reproduction. When a society lives in an environment that is hostile, the society focuses on being self-sufficient. When society is in an environment that is pleasing, it focuses on reproduction. These are not by any means higher instincts. Instead, they are basic understandings of the lower instincts. The importance of a person is not determined by marriage standards, judgments, accomplishments, or goals. Determining these things are not set by how smart a person is or isn't either. All of life is important, and the conservation of life is what truly matters, not the value that is determined. Governments once ruled by empires are now replaced with people who give consent, allowing themselves to be arrested and even institutionalized in some circumstances. Institutions dictate lives, replacing God with sovereignty and religion. Money is a part of marriage and now an institution, which is encouraged with incentives. Those who follow a sovereignty are obligated and responsible through oath and contract. Instead of honest decisions, we build character and negotiate among ourselves. We replace ideas that cannot be proven in order to explain away the ugliness of man's heart. Differences between the truth and lies are disguised with lofty words like free will and volition. In reality, though, we can no longer think for ourselves. Instead, we wish to be taught, controlled, and manipulated by others. To appease the masses, we create stories and fairy tales of false hope, freedom, and salvation, with some moral to each story, showing how human means can overcome nature. When civilization is at war, our leaders lie, manipulate, change allegiances and ideologies for personal goals and agendas. Differences between morals from beliefs are found throughout history. Ambassadors for a cause look for support and find failure, only to switch to the opposite side for favor and opportunity, choosing religious denominations for political goals, and splitting support among ranks strategically, using controversy and conspiracy to promote agendas, causes, or to achieve goals, wanting popularity and fame to gain power and pulp. Careers are built on educations, religion, and politics, with mansions, campuses, and colleges left as namesakes. Congressmen, presidents, ambassadors, prime ministers, delegates, professors, and researchers. Libraries are filled with man's reformations and revolutions. Searched throughout the world by collaborators and curators, men are all buried with their legacies, symbolized by carvings on their tombs, images and idols worshipped in life, man's motivation for success, and an outward agenda which does not always reflect his beliefs. Most people who are intelligent can see through these plans and schemes. A person can lecture and write books about any subject, promotion, or motivation. What is seen written on that person's grave, though, is truly what was believed. Stories are hidden everywhere, in both the truth and in the false. Puzzle pieces, misinformation, and clues. But if a person wishes to no longer be deceived, it is then his and her duty to discover the truth. When we wish to find the truth, clues begin to appear. When we discover clues, we begin to solve the puzzle. That is life. Throughout history, man has always used ritual burial as a form of worship. Man has always felt that the human consciousness and the soul survive after death. As far back as archaeologists have been able to go, evidence of this fact is clear. We not only dress and prepare our dead, we create rituals to send them on their way into the afterlife. Some religions believe that certain actions need to be taken in order to cause a needed effect in the afterlife as well. These facts can be found by studying the history of ancient Egypt as well as many other societies during those times. Societies that are bound geographically in the same regions of our planet. History has presented as many amazing facts about our past, showing rituals that our ancestors performed in structures built for their gods. Archaeologists have searched diligently in search for the origin of these rituals and the reasoning behind them. One thing is certain, though: as time goes by, these forms of worship always turns into some form of competition. Some would say that this in and of itself is a mystery, but I know better than that. Christianity itself holds the answer to my mystery. When Christianity first developed, there was never a golden age for the religion. Not everyone agreed on the same ideologies concerning Jesus, just as it is with other forms of religion. Christianity was broken down into factions. Most believe that searching into the far past only shows individuals who were ignorant. These people are far from knowing the truth of what was really going on, though. They were mystery schools in the past that taught their followers about the experience of death and rebirth in the here and now. Immortality of the human soul was the great question of the day. Because this was such a hot topic in those days, questions concerning Jesus himself was and is still a popular discussion. A lot of conspiracy theorists, theologians, and historians have noticed similarities between Egypt's paganism, the Christian Bible, and the Torah, a passage that has been overlooked repeatedly in the book of Revelations in the Christian Bible is a good example of this. It states that their dead bodies will lie in the streets of Sodom and Egypt, also indicating that this was where Jesus was crucified. That would be in Revelations 11:8. If you wish to check it out for yourself. Many pseudo-archaeologists and historians believe this verse to be proof stating that mystery schools in Giza actually did exist, that these facts indeed were covered up by popular Christian belief, claiming that our religious beliefs today are ethical and not mythical. The question then is this: is to question blasphemy, and to blasphemy to go to hell? Is it virtuous to follow blindly and not to question? Is blind faith the highest form of virtue, when evidence shows that even Thomas was in doubt? Where one belief promises the rewards in the hereafter, the other promises the reality in the here and now. In Giza, their Egyptian ideologies promised the spiritual experience before death. These teachings, though, before the New Kingdom, were taught only to the elect few. Thus, the mystery school's origins are assumed to have started here. Some have even wondered how Jesus gained such knowledge, not taking into consideration that he was claiming to be the Messiah. And coming from Giza also brings questions of what his teachings actually were. And after this flood many years, as the chronic telleth, these two pillars were found, and as the Chronicon saith, that a great clerk that was called Pythagoras found that one, and Hermes the philosopher found that other, and they taught forth the sciences that they found therein within. Okay, the trouble is that Polychronicon c. 1326 to 1342 doesn't say any such thing. That medieval text written by Ranulph Higden to summarize earlier works is silent on such matters and merely repeats Josephus's remarks on the pillars of wisdom. That's why I was surprised to find the actual source, the medieval author Petrus Comester, or Peter the Eater, whose Hysteria Scholastica c. 1173 long served as the medieval popular Bible for its paraphrased and Vulgate, and supplemented it with what he knew of Greco-Roman literature. Petrus was also a named source used by Higden, suggesting that the Cook author either confused the two texts or else had a manuscript of Higden that had been supplemented with more of Petrus. Anyway, here is some of what Petrus says. 28. And because he, Tubal-Cain, had heard Adam prophesy of the two judgments, that the art he invented should not perish, he inscribed them on two columns, the whole of it on each. According to Josephus, one was of marble and the other of brick, so that one would not dissolve by the flood and the other would not be incinerated by the flames. Josephus says the marble one was yet in the land of Syria. Tubal-Cain, who was the first to invent the art of blacksmithing, delighted in the sounds of metal and invented musical tones, which discovery the Greeks attributed to Pythagoras, and that is Jason Calavito's translation, and there are parts missing. Like there's a part missing between the land of Syria, and it goes into Tubal-Cain, who was the first to invent the art of blacksmithing, and then a piece missing between that and delighted in the sounds of metal. Just to let everybody know. Okay, now I'll continue with the reading. There is a lot to unpack here, but let's start with the obvious. The author of the Cook manuscript has taken the part of Petrus's text where he essentially accuses the Greeks of lying about Pythagoras inventing music, and instead harmonizes the two accounts by making Pythagoras discover Tubal-Cain's lost writings. So much for Pythagoras' entry into the story, which comes almost certainly from Petrus using a line in Isidore of Seville's De Musica 16, where that author writes that Moses says that Tubal, who came from the lineage of Cain before the flood, was the inventor of the art of music. The Greeks, however, say that Pythagoras discovered the origins of this art from the sound of hammers and the tones made from hitting them. And that again is Jason Calavito's translations. However, Petrus Comester of Isidore have made an error deriving from the faulty Latin. The old Latin translation of Flavius Josephus from around 35 to 400 CE, the source that stands behind Petrus and probably Isidore, mistakenly gives Tubal instead of Jabal from Genesis 4:21 as the inventor of music, and later authors repeat the error. This error probably comes from misreading the Septuagint, where Tubal-Cain is shortened to just Tubal, making confusion easier. The Old Latin is also the source for the reference of latrice as the building material for one of the pillars. It is the Latin word for brick later, either untranslated or unrecognized by the Cook author. Petrus also follows the Old Latin misreading in some but not all manuscripts of Syriad Greek, an obsolete term for Egypt, as the land of Cyrus, as Syria in Terra Syria. Thus, many of the peculiarities of the text can be attributed to the mistakes and word choices of the 4th century Latin translators of Josephus. By the 15th century, when the Cook manuscript was composed, there was a popular story attested in an anonymous music manual that Pythagoras, under the name Pictagoras, visited Tubal to learn about music before Tubal created 2 pillars containing the science of music to save the science from the flood. The jump from this story to the one given in Cook is a small one, requiring only the knowledge of Pythagoras, the Pythagoras lived after the flood, and therefore must have gotten his knowledge from Tubal-Cain indirectly. The whole legend, in all its various forms, derives in a likelihood from Isidorus' brief observation that the Greeks and the scriptures ascribed 2 different origins to music. To the medieval mind, such contradictions had to be reconciled, no matter how convoluted the results. The remaining question, for which I have no good answer, is how Petrus Comester came to ascribe the pillars of wisdom to Tubal-Cain of the sinful line of Cain, rather than to the godly sons of Seth, as Josephus gave it. One answer I've seen proposed is that Petrus was influenced by the contemporary chronicles of Jeremiah. The version extant in those days anyway. Our surviving text is later, where in chapter 4, in repeated verbatim in 26, the pillars of wisdom are attributed to Jubal, not Tubal, as a repository for music. 6. At this time the inhabitants of the earth began to commit violence, to defile each other, and kindle the anger of the Lord. They began to sing with the harp and to the reed pipe, and to sport with all kinds of songs, corrupting the earth. This Jubal discovered the science of music, whence arose all the tunes for the above two instruments. This art is very great. 7. And it came to pass, when he heard of the judgments which Adam prophesied concerning the two trials to come upon his descendants by the flood, the dispersion and fire, he wrote down the science of music upon two pillars, one of white marble and the other of brick, so that if one would melt and crumble away on account of water, the other would be saved. The translation was done by Moses Gaster. More likely, Petrus derived his claims from glosses on the Vulgate, the 11th century Glossa Ordinaria, or Genesis 4:21 reads, for example, Josephus writes that this Jubal wrote music on two columns, one of stone and the other of brick, that the first might survive a flood and the second flames, which were the two judgments Adam said would come. And that is Jason Colavito's translation. Josephus didn't say that, but for some reason medieval people seem to think he did. That finally is the biggest mystery. How did Josephus's accounts become corrupt to the point that Tubal-Cain ended up the creator of the pillars? Sacred geometry is the geometry used in the planning and construction of religious structures such as churches, temples, mosques, religious monuments, altars, tabernacles, as well as for sacred spaces such as temenoi, sacred groves, village greens, and holy wells, and the creation of religious art. In sacred geometry, symbolic and sacred meanings are ascribed to certain geometric shapes and certain geometric proportions. According to Paul Coulter, in the ancient world, certain numbers had symbolic meaning aside from their ordinary use for counting and calculating. plane figures and polygons, triangles, squares, hexagons, and so forth, were related to the numbers 3 in the triangle, for example, were thought of in a similar way, and in fact carried even more emotional value than the numbers themselves because they were visual. Okay. The belief that God created the universe according to the geometric plan has ancient origins. Plutarch attributed the belief to Plutar, writing, Plutarch said, God geometrizes continually. Convivialium disputationem liber 8:2. In modern times, the mathematician Carl Friedrich Gauss adopted this quote, saying, God arithmetizes. At least as late as Johannes Kepler between 1571 and 1630.
Okay, going in, doing some testing, making sure everything is working out fine. Today was weird. I didn't have like a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 countdown, so I'm checking to see if everything is working before I get started and find out how the audio is going. It's pretty sounds good on Rumble. Sounds good on Kick. X is up and going. Let me see what it sounds like. Sounds good on X. Sounds good on Twitch. And D Live might be a problem. Don't know for sure yet. Going in and finding out real quick. Sometimes I have to go in and click on Go Live to get it started. But string key generated. You gotta copy it. Yeah. It does get annoying after a while. That's all I gotta say. Let me come in here. Yeah. I'm gonna have to back out of my stream real quick. All right. So apparently, I am having issues, but I don't know exactly what's going on. I gotta hit refresh on OBS, or not OBS, but on Rumble. Um, yeah, D Live's just not gonna work tonight. So, with that being said, I am just going to get get into it and be done with it. That's that's the best I can do. So tonight I'm going to be doing a late night episode of Esoteric Agenda, and after I do my after I do my countdown, which I do for editing purposes, I will go into that and we will get into it. So let me take a drink of my coffee. I'll do my countdown, then do my introduction, and go from there. So here we go. All right. 3, 2, 1, now. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Esoteric Agenda on the wonderful world of weirdness, as well as on strange stories on YouTube and Rumble. I am here with another episode. I'm your host, Roger Hanson, and today I'm going to step away from the stuff that I was talking about before, which is basically important, but it's more of the older themes that involve mythological themes that surrounded the goddess Cybele and Attis with Magnum Mater. I believe that's the proper way of saying it. I always say it wrong. Uh, but with that, I was also doing some other stuff too that relates to the golden ass of Apuleius, I believe is what it was, and sacred colors and stuff of that nature, which gets into ancient uh, alchemy and what alchemy actually started out as being. So that was what I was getting into with that. Now that is that's introducing you to the basic concepts of what's going on there and um, how it all eventually progresses, things of that nature. I'm pretty much trying to go over some of the stuff that I was discussing earlier on, um, things that pertain to the Sibylline books. A thing that I do want to make a distinction between is the Sibylline books and the Sibylline oracles, because I have been putting short videos out on Rumble and on X2 that I've previously put out on Minds.com concerning the oracles. And I want to make a distinction between the two. There is a distinction between the Sibylline books and the Sibylline oracles. They aren't the same. Uh, they share a similar name and prophetic theme, but they're different in origin. Also, the purpose and the content is different as well. One being grounded around Gnostic Christian beliefs, that would be the oracles, whereas the Sibylline books they predated the oracles. So don't get those mixed up. That is very, very important when it comes to understanding this stuff. I went over Mount Ida, and the fact that there's actually two Mount Idas. One that's on Crete, that's the one where Zeus was supposed to come from, and then there's Mount Ida in what would be modern day Turkey. Um, that is also something that I did bring up. And we got into a lot of that previously. Now, what I want to do is I want to go further with this, and this is something that uh, discuss more modern interpretations of well, esoteric beliefs and stuff. And what I'm trying to do is trying to um, show the the symbolic meanings behind a lot of the things that you're hearing when you hear about the esoterics and what they actually mean. Now, um, now I want to go into Sub Rosa. This is something that is more of a somewhat modern version of the esoterics. And with that, I want to talk about the concept of secrecy and what that means in the context of the esoterics. So, with that, I'm going to just get on with the topic and go from there. And I hope you guys enjoy. Um, so, here we go. Now, the symbolism of flowers has played a profound role in the cultural and spiritual traditions of many ancient civilizations. Among the most enduring and significant of these symbols are the lotus and the rose, both of which have served as potent emblems of secrecy, silence, and confidentiality. The journey from the lotus, especially in ancient Egyptian and Greco-Egyptian contexts, to the rose in Roman and later Western traditions, reflects a fascinating evolution of symbolic language. We will explore the origins of the lotus as a symbol of secrecy, its cultural significance, and how it gradually transitioned into the rose, culminating in the Latin phrase sub rosa and its enduring association with confidentiality. The lotus flower holds deep meaning in Egyptian culture, where it is closely tied to concepts of rebirth, creation, and purity. In ancient Egyptian mythology and art, the lotus emerges as a symbol of the sun and regeneration because of its unique biological behavior. It blooms in the morning and closes at night. This daily cycle made the lotus an emblem of mourning. Uh, it made a This daily cycle made the lotus an emblem of the cycle of life, death, and rebirth, themes central to Egyptian spirituality. Beyond this cosmic symbolism, the lotus was also linked to the idea of silence and secrecy. This association is most evident in the figure of Harpocrates, Harpocrates, the Hellenistic god of silence and secrecy, who was originally derived from the Egyptian child god Horus. In many Greco-Egyptian depictions, Harpocrates is shown holding a lotus flower or a finger to his lips, signifying silence. The connection between the lotus and secrecy can be understood within the context of esoteric religious practices. In mystery cults and initiatory traditions, secrecy was paramount. The lotus, with its delicate and transient nature, came to embody the discretion and sacred silence required of initiates. This flower's symbolism extended beyond mere quietness to represent the guarded transmission of hidden knowledge, a theme that permeates many ancient religious systems. The lotus's role as a symbol of hidden wisdom and silence made it a natural emblem for a symbol of hidden wisdom and secrecy in the religious and social context of the ancient Mediterranean world. As Greco-Roman culture expanded and absorbed influences from Egypt and the Near East, the symbolic meaning of the lotus also migrated and transformed. The figure of Harpocrates, for example, became popular in Roman art and religion, but with some adaptations. While the lotus retained its connection to secrecy and silence, the Roman cultural context brought new symbols and nuances. One of the most significant changes was the introduction of the rose as the primary symbol of confidentiality. The rose, unlike the lotus, was not indigenous to Egypt, but held a special place in Roman and later European symbolism. It was associated with love, beauty, and the divine, especially linked to goddesses such as Venus and Flora. The delicate and fragrant rose, with its layered petals and thorns, became a metaphor for the complexity of hidden things, both beautiful and dangerous. In Roman society, the rose came to symbolize not only love, but also secrecy, particularly in the context of social and political discourse. The phrase "sub rosa", literally meaning "under the rose", originated in Roman times as a metaphor for confidential or secret communication. It is said that in Roman banquets and councils, the rose was suspended from the ceiling, indicating that the conversation held beneath it were to be kept private. This practice may have had ritual roots, possibly linked to the goddess Flora or to earlier mystery traditions that emphasized silence and discretion. The rose, therefore, evolved into a visual and verbal sign that indicated the sacred or binding nature of confidentiality. Over time, the phrase became embedded in legal and social practices across Europe, symbolizing oath of secrecy and promises to keep information confidential. The transformation from the lotus to the rose as the key emblem of secrecy can be viewed as part of a broader process of cultural syncretism in the ancient Mediterranean world. As ideas, religions, and symbols moved between Egypt, Greece, and Rome, they were adapted and reinterpreted to fit new social and spiritual frameworks. The lotus's association with silence and the sacred was retained, but merged with the Roman rose's connotations of beauty and delicate protection. This synthesis allowed the symbolism to resonate with diverse audiences and contexts. One way to understand this tradition is to consider the practical and symbolic features of the two flowers. The lotus grows in water, emerging pristine and pure, symbolizing spiritual birth and transcendence, suitable for the esoteric and mystical traditions of Egypt. The rose, with its earthly growth on thorny bushes and vivid colors, was more relatable to the Roman and later European imagination, fitting themes of love, secrecy, and social bonds. The rose's physical characteristics, such as its thorns protecting the delicate petals, metaphorically reinforce the idea of guarding secrets, beauty that must be protected and preserved by silence. In the Christian era, the symbolism of the rose expanded further, with Christian mystics and theologians interpreting the rose as a symbol of divine love and hidden knowledge. The phrase sub rosa was adopted in various monastic and clerical contexts to indicate confidentiality, especially in confessions and spiritual counsel. Although the lotus itself faded as a symbol in Western Christian symbolism, its spiritual essence, secrecy, purity, and hidden wisdom continued through the rose. Beyond the literal botanical transition, the underlying symbolic meaning remained remarkably consistent across cultures and eras. The concept of secrecy as a sacred trust, whether represented by the lotus or the rose, reflects the universal human understanding of the power and sanctity of hidden knowledge. Both symbols conveyed the importance of discretion, the preservation of mystery, and the respect owed to confidential communication. In addition to its verbal and ritual significance, the rose was frequently used in art and architecture to signify secrecy. In medieval and Renaissance Europe, the rose motif appeared in ceilings, carvings, and stained glass, in chambers where secret meetings were held. This decorative use reinforced the phrase "sub rosa" and its meaning for audiences across time. The rose's role as a symbol of secrecy also extended into literature, poetry, and heraldry, making it a versatile and enduring emblem. It is important to note that while the rose took center stage in Western symbolism, the lotus has never entirely lost its significance. The Eastern traditions, particularly in Hinduism and Buddhism, in Eastern traditions, particularly in Hinduism and Buddhism, the lotus remains a profound spiritual symbol, representing purity, enlightenment, and transcendence. In these contexts, secrecy is less emphasized than spiritual awakening, but the lotus's role as a sacred and powerful symbol continues unabated. Also, I'd like to point something else out that I think should be mentioned, and it's the lotus position that Buddha takes in most of the statues and everything that he is represented in. He's always sitting in the lotus tradition with his legs crossed in front of his genitals, and just not without being blunt. There is a connection there when it comes to love, and things of that nature, as well as sitting in the lotus position, which would indicate his secret space, his secret place. You know what I mean? So that's something else that you have to take into consideration. I joke about it with Jeffy Ryder on his show all the time, but it actually is a serious thing to look at. And you'll see it everywhere, where he's sitting there in the lotus position with his legs crossed. So, just wanted to put it out there. Now, with that being said, I want to read something to you. And this is kind of complex, so I do want everybody to forgive me if I mess this up. So, this is a quote that I took that I do want to read because it's a big example of some of the stuff that I'm going to go into next. So here we go. Hellfire's dispenser, world's far-seeing king, O Helios with noble steeds, the eye of Zeus which guards the earth, all-seeing one, who travel lofty paths, O gleam divine, who move through the heaven bright, unattainable, born long ago, unshaken, with a headband of gold, wearing a disc mighty with fire, with gleaming breastplate, winged one, untiring, with golden reins, coursing a golden path. And you who watch in circle, hear all men. For you, day's flame that bring the light, give birth to dawn. And as you pass the midmost pole, behind you, rosy ankled, sunrise goes back to her home in grief. In front, sunset meets you and leads your teams of fire-fed steeds down into ocean. Night darts down in flight from heaven whene'er she hears the crack of whip that strikes with force around the horse's flanks. A-E-E-O-Y-E, O scepter, bearer, leader of the muses, giver of life, come now to me, come quickly to earth. Aeolus, hair wreathed with ivy, and Phoebus, and Ambrosian mouth give voice to sing hell fire's guard. Araraka, I have a hard time with this. Arakakara, Ephtesiskier, and Hell Morai 3, Clotho, and Atropos, and Lachis 2. I call you who are great in heaven ere alike. Supreme ruler, you whom all nature serves, who dwell throughout the whole inhabited world, you whose bodyguard is the 16 giants, you who are seated upon the lotus and who light up the whole inhabited world. Forgive me if I messed that up. Well, I know I messed it up, but forgive me. Throughout ancient Mediterranean cultures, the figure of Aphrodite holds a complex and evolving place within religious, mystical, and esoteric traditions. While while often remembered primarily as the goddess of love and beauty, her role extends far beyond this popular conception, especially when examined through the lens of mystery cults, magical rites, and symbolic language that developed in the Hellenistic and Roman periods. A particular focus of this exploration in the iconographic and symbolic transformation of sacred floral imagery from the lotus to the rose, and how this shift reflects deeper currents of esoteric meaning tied to secrecy, initiation, and divine feminine power. These symbols intertwine with the broader mystical invocation of cosmic forces and divine guardians, placing Aphrodite at the center of an ancient tradition that sought to unify natural beauty, cosmic order, and hidden knowledge. The sacred lotus has long held profound significance in a variety of ancient cultures, originating in the fertile civilizations of the Near East and Egypt. The lotus was widely recognized as a symbol of purity, rebirth, and divine manifestation. Its ability to rise unsustained from murky waters made it a natural emblem for spiritual transcendence and renewal. In these cultures, the lotus was often connected to solar deities and in creation myths, representing the unfolding of life and the presence of the divine within the natural world. As religious ideas and iconography traveled through trade routes and cultural exchange, the lotus became a potent symbol in the Mediterranean, where it was incorporated into Greek and later Roman symbolic systems. In the Greco-Roman world, the lotus's symbolic value was adapted and merged with local traditions. Among these adaptations was its association with the divine feminine, particularly with goddesses who embodied aspects of life, fertility, and cosmic order. The lotus's representation as a seat or throne for a goddess encapsulated the idea of her divine authority and connection to the source of life. In esoteric and mystery cult contexts, such imagery was not merely decorative, it served as a coded language conveying complex spiritual truths accessible only to initiates. Over time, the lotus's place in symbolic tradition gradually shifted towards the rose. This tradition was influenced by evolving cultural preferences, botanical bo- botanical availability, and the growing symbolic significance of the rose in Roman religious and mystical thought. The rose, unlike the lotus, which is more commonly associated with eastern regions, was native and highly regarded in the Mediterranean basin. It became emblematic of beauty, love, and divine secrecy. Its layered petals came to symbolize the unfolding of hidden knowledge, and the rose was frequently linked to concepts of confidentiality and sacred trust. The phrase "sub rosa", meaning "under the rose", minimized this symbolic transformation. Originating in Roman practices, it came to signify a sacred promise of secrecy, especially in matters of council, ritual, or initiation. Placing a rose in a meeting place or over a council table was a gesture signaling that all discussions were to be kept confidential. This motif endured through medieval and later esoteric traditions, permeating secret societies and mystical rites. The rose, therefore, transcended its natural beauty to become a powerful emblem of hidden wisdom and divine silence. Within this framework, Aphrodite's identity as a goddess also evolved to encompass of those esoteric dimensions. While her origins lie in fertility, love, and beauty, her role in mystery cults and magical texts reveals a deeper, more complex figure who governs not only earthly passions, but also cosmic harmony and spiritual illumination. The depiction of Aphrodite sitting on a lotus, or in later traditions a rose, signifies her as the supreme feminine principle who mediates between the visible world and the hidden spiritual realities. This iconography appears in various esoteric writings and magical papyri, where Aphrodite is portrayed enthroned, often flanked by lions or symbolic guardians. The lions recall imagery associated with earlier mother goddesses, representing strength, protection, and the primal forces of nature that the goddess commands. In this role, Aphrodite embodies a dual nature. She is both nurturing and fierce, embodying life, giving beauty, and the protective power necessary to guard sacred mysteries. The invocation provided earlier highlights this divine authority, calling upon a supreme ruler seated upon the lotus, accompanied by 16 giants who act as their bodyguard and illuminate the inhabited world. This portrayal fits within the broader tradition of cosmic hierarchies and divine intermediaries that pervade esoteric theology. The giants, or titans, in many mythologies are primordial beings who act as guardians, or enforcers of cosmic law, lending their strength to uphold the goddess's dominion. Through this poetic imagery, the goddess's power is framed as both celestial and terrestrial, extending over the entire cosmos. Aphrodite's association with light and illumination in these texts also resonate with the symbolism of the lotus and the rose, both flowers representing unfolding light, literal in their bright colors and figurative in their spiritual meaning. They symbolize the process of enlightenment and revelation of inner truths, and the transition from ignorance to knowledge. Initiates who engage with rituals dedicated to Aphrodite or her associated mysteries sought not only favor in love and fertility, but also access to this illumination. The sacred floral imagery also connects with the theme of silence and secrecy. Just as the unfolding petals of the rose conceal the flower's heart, the goddess's mysteries were carefully guarded, revealed only to those deemed worthy. The use of the lotus and the rose as symbols of secrecy in these esoteric traditions emphasizes the importance of discretion, inner contemplation, and recognition that divine truths cannot be openly spoken, but must be experienced and preserved in silence. This theme of silence ties into the wider cultural practices of invoking divine feminine figures to maintain cosmic balance. The goddess's role as keeper of secrets reflects the understanding that wisdom is not merely intellectual, but deeply experiential and often beyond ordinary language. In many mystery traditions, the transmission of sacred knowledge was conducted through symbols, rituals, and allegories that transcended words. The lotus and rose serve as perfect metaphors for this process, representing the unfolding revelation that occurs gradually and delicately within the initiative. Furthermore, the transition from lotus to rose marks a shift from the Eastern to the Western Mediterranean cultural sphere, illustrating how symbols migrate and transform to fit new contexts and spiritual needs. The rose's ascendancy in Roman esotericism illustrates how local botanical and cultural factors influence the evolution of religious symbolism. Yet, despite this transformation, the essential qualities of the symbol, purity, secrecy, divine feminine power, and illumination, remain intact, demonstrating the continuity of esoteric ideas beneath changing surface forms. In addition to floral symbolism and enthronement of the goddess flanked by lions highlights another layer of ancient esoteric meaning. Lions are traditionally associated with strength, courage, and royal authority. Their presence alongside the goddess signals her mastery over both the wild forces of nature and the ordinary structure of society. This combination of nurturing femininity and fierce guardianship encapsulates the dual nature of divine power in mystery cults, where transformation requires both receptivity and strength. The 16 giants mentioned in the invocation may also connect to other mythological and cosmological concepts. In various traditions, groups of giants or titanic beings symbolize elemental forces or cosmic principles that sustain the order of the universe. Their role as the goddess's bodyguard implies that the divine order she represents is upheld by powerful agents who maintain the boundaries between worlds, protecting initiates who seek entry into sacred knowledge. Within this rich symbolic environment, Aphrodite emerges as a central figure, linking earthly beauty and passion to cosmic harmony and spiritual transformation. Her association with both the lotus and the rose reflects her multifaceted nature as goddess of love, light, and secret wisdom. The invocations imaginary imagery the invocations imagery portrays her as a radiant queen of the cosmos whose mysteries inspire awe, reverence, and initiation. This understanding broadens the perception of Aphrodite beyond popular culture, situating her within a long-standing esoteric tradition that spans centuries and crosses cultural boundaries. Through the lens of sacred symbolism, the goddess represents the unity of form and essence, visible and invisible, beauty and power, secrecy and revelation. The flowers upon which she sits are not mere decorations, but profound symbols of the spiritual journey and the unfolding of hidden truths within the soul. The symbol of secrecy, embodied in the rose's layered petals, corresponds to the secret teachings and ritual practices associated with the goddess's cults. Mystery religions often emphasize the importance of silence and discretion to protect the integrity of sacred knowledge and to cultivate inner transformation. The rose became an emblem for this silence, marking spaces and moments where the divine presence was honored and where initiates were bound by solemn oaths. This emphasis on secrecy also finds resonance in the broader esoteric world, where knowledge is seen as sacred and dangerous if misused. The goddess's role as a keeper of mysteries underscores the responsibility of those who seek spiritual enlightenment to approach with humility, reverence, and discretion. The interplay between floral symbolism, divine authority, and cosmic guardianship in these traditions reveal a sophisticated theological and mystical worldview. It reflects an understanding of the cosmos as a living, dynamic system governed by principles of harmony, balance, and transformation. Aphrodite's enthronement upon the lotus or rose symbolizes the central role of the divine feminine in sustaining and rebuilding this cosmic order. The figure of Aphrodite has long been seen as a symbol of beauty, love, and sensuality. But beneath the surface of classical depictions lies a deeper, more esoteric significance. In the mystery traditions of the ancient world, particularly as they evolved through Hellenistic and Roman interpretations, Aphrodite became to represent not just the allure of physical attraction, but the embodiment of cosmic harmony, hidden wisdom, and transformative secrecy. The roots of this expanded vision are entangled with symbols such as the rose, the lotus, and the recurring theme of silence. These motifs, woven into rites and sacred language, point towards a tradition that cloaked its higher teachings in the veil of mystery, revealing them only to the initiated. Okay, I'm going to have to stop for a second. I'll be right back.
Awakening from an epic dream, awakening from the long dark night. And get that now. Awakening from history, awakening from duality. And get that now. The liberation of the human soul to consciousness of the one and all. The activation of the sacred plan, the birthing of a new man. A new man. When the light within is revealed, all the pain and suffering shall be healed, and the truth of love is our destiny, living on the earth in peace and harmony. Perceptions, awakening to the joy of life. Awakening to a new dimension, awakening to a paradise. The illusion of separation disappearing into unity, into the source of a high vibration, into the wonder of the mystery. A mystery. When the light within is revealed, all the pain and suffering shall be healed, and the truth of love is our destiny, living on the earth in peace and harmony. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Thrust 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles. through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter, is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles. Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled around. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot rolled round. And if Mr. Robot rolled and rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Here is an exercise demonstrating the union of in at the end of words. Dividing and gliding and sliding and falling and brawling and sprawling and driving and riving and striving. Dividing and gliding and sliding and falling and brawling and sprawling and driving and riving and driving. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter, is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter, is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles. Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot. Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Hardly had his Hail Highness heard the easy hedgehog when he hit the humming bee by the hunter who had horrible beetles in the human hall. I love to hear the horse's hard iron hooves go hammer, 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 hammer on the easy highway. I hit my horse hard. I'm hurrying around to hunt up hogs. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter, is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, thistle sifter.
Once the gods carved earth like a cosmic chessboard, Poseidon claimed Atlantis, his starborn accord. 10 twin suns, throne of tridents waves at his command. Empire stretched from bow, big stones to Mayan sand. Monoliths stacked like Legos blocks no crane could lift. Sonic levitation, gods don't need pulleys or grit. Athena taught Athens, Hephaestus forged veins of gold, but Atlantis spires pierced heaven, stories untold. Is of virtue, divine blood pure in the veins. No egregious geodesic temples where starlight reigns, but mortality crept in, diluted the grace. Go turn to rust, hubris eclipsed the god fast.
Of Atlantis, drowned in the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom, where titans still sleep. From these it is your wonder goes the coalition all has above, so below cosmic empire of laws and princes of plasma. Their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walked the sea.
Watch the fall, saw vice crack the divine. Pyramid Pyramids hummed warnings, but they ignored the signs. Sky split with fury, tsunami swallowed their pride. Atlantis sank screaming, but blueprints survived. Baalbek's foundation, stones that defy modern math. 1,000-ton puzzle, gravity's aftermath. Scholars still baffled how they align the stars. They rode cosmic currents, breaching space-time's bars. Now divers chase shadows where crystal cities gleamed. AI scans the ocean, but truth a half-dream. Dream Freemasons whisper maps in their lodges of lore. Plato's Critias, a metaphor or a war.
Echoes of Atlantis drowned in the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom, where titans still sleep. From Giza to Tiwanaku, the co-attention all as above, so below. Cosmic empire of law, 10 princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walk the sea.
They say Poseidon's seed still flows in our veins. In every megalith, every grid that restrains. The Dogon chart Sirius, Templars guard the flame. But Atlantis tech, it's encoded in our DNA's frame. Zeus's verdict was fire, a flood and ice. Yet the Sphinx still stares, whispering sacrifice. Mortal minds crave power, but miss the design. True kings rule through resonance, not bloodline. Now decode the ruins, their psalms etched in stone. A star-born king's empire, now dust and bone. The hall of records buried neath Giza's cold gaze holds anti-gravity schematics from pre-flood days. Crystal engines hummed, Orgon fueled their might, till pride turned their frequencies dissonant blight. The Anunnaki fled, Mars colonies crumbled. Leviathan's bones and the Mariana rumbled. But Poseidon's ghost rides the Bermuda's mist. Evolve past the greed or drown in the abyss. Tsunamis taller than gods, crack continents like eggs. Jungles of Egypt drowned, turned to sand in Poseidon's regret. Mammals shrunk to lapdogs, skies choked by volcanic breath. Waves circled the globe thrice, 3 funerals for death. Up the piston, rode the arc of frequencies, not wood. Up tetrahedron ziggurat where anti-grav pulses stood. While Atlantis sank, he spliced DNA and quantum seeds, stashed them in Göbekley's veins and Indus Valley reeds. Volcanic winter's curse, Zeus hit the reset, scorched the grids, erased the moon-ringed internet. Noah's not a shepherd, he's a star-born archivist, cracking hermetic scrolls in caves where mushrooms twist. The survivors crawl from mud with amnesiac eyes, built new gods from scrap metal and fallen skies. Now desert bones whisper where cedars once soared. Man's just a ghost in Atlantis' holographic horde. Wasn't water, it was math. A codex purge, Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what's new. The flood wasn't water, it was math. A codex purge, Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what's you. Echoes of Atlantis drowned in the deep, the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom, where titans still sleep. From Giza to Tiwanaku, their codes etched in awe. As above, so below, cosmic empire of lore. 10 princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walk the sea. So when you see Stonehenge, Angkor Wat's spire, know Atlantis lives in the quantum choir. The gods were myths, their mentors in code. Rise from the ashes, or repeat what they hold.
Okay, so with that, I will get the background back up and running and get the banners back up, and we will continue where we left off. That was brought to you by Mr. Robot, aka Columinati. You can find him on Rumble at his channel called Hacker Radio, and I suggest you guys go check him out if you like his music, and let him know that you enjoyed what he has to offer. Kind of give him some support. So, with that being said, let me get on with what I was doing before. So, the esoteric thread running through the mythology of Aphrodite becomes evident when one explores the symbolic use of the flower most closely associated with her. While the rose is now commonly linked to Aphrodite and her Roman counterpart, Venus, there is credible reason to believe that this association was preceded by the lotus. In earlier traditions, the lotus symbolized purity, emerging from the chaos of the watery abyss. It opened with the sun and closed at night, aligning itself with the rhythms of cosmic order. The transition from lotus to rose marks not merely a change in botanical preference, but a shift in how the sacred feminine was understood and portrayed. The lotus speaks to spiritual awakening and the slow revelation of truth. The rose, with its layered petals and thorns, speaks of beauty, secrecy, and the price of knowing. The phrase sub rosa, meaning under the rose, has come to stand for secrecy and confidentiality, particularly in sacred or ritualistic contexts. In Roman culture, it was customary to hang a rose above a gathering place where confidential matters were to be discussed. This gesture indicated that what was said beneath it was never to be repeated outside the group. The idea behind this was not simply to ensure discretion, but to mark a moment as sacred. The rose became a metaphysical sign that higher truths were in play, that something had passed from the mundane to the spiritual. When linked back to Aphrodite, this practice takes a deeper connotation. She is not just the patron of romantic secrets, but the guardian of divine mysteries, preserving truth too luminous for common revelation. In some later mystical invocations, Aphrodite is described as enthroned upon a lotus, radiating light across the whole inhabited world. This lotus seat here is not just a poetic image, it is a declaration of divine order and luminous sovereignty. Such texts describe her as accompanied by giant guardians and existing in a Uriel realm that binds heaven to earth. This divine celestial queen, hidden behind veils of symbolic language, is closer to the world soul than to a mere personification of desire. The light the light she admits is not merely physical but philosophical, illuminating the initiate's path to gnosis. The, in, the invocation referred to earlier, in which the supreme ruler is described as seated upon the lotus, surrounded by giants and attended by the Fates, further solidifies the image of a deity who governs the subtle currents of destiny and spiritual alignment. This ruler, while unnamed in the text, mirrors Aphrodite's in her celestial form. The lotus throne aligns her with divine wisdom and transcendence. The presence of 16 giants as bodyguards suggests an architecture of cosmic guardianship, pillars that support the heavens, defending the sanctity of truth. Other symbols traditionally tied to Aphrodite's also reflect this secretive and mystical dimension. For example, the number 5, sacred to her, corresponds with the golden ratio and pentagram, symbols frequently used in esoteric traditions to represent balance and perfection. The pentagram, often used in magical rites, was not just a talisman of power, but a diagram of the harmony that underlines creation. When associated with Aphrodite, it reveals her role in harmonizing the discordant elements of human life and the cosmos. The mythology of transformation also plays a central role in Aphrodite's more obscure narratives. Her influence was not limited to carnal attraction, but extended to the realm of spiritual alchemy. In certain Orphic and Hermetic traditions, divine union was considered a metaphor for the soul's reunification with its divine source. Aphrodite's mythic relationships, particularly with figures like Ares and Adonis, could be read as allegorical for the dynamic tensions between spirit and matter, love and war, life and death. In this interpretation, her love is not a passive sentiment, but an active force of reconciliation. Silence, too, was a powerful element in these mysteries. The gesture of placing a finger to the lips, unseen in seen in statues of Hippocrates and sometimes associated with Aphrodite's mysteries, donated the inviolability, denoted the inviolability of sacred knowledge. Whether holding a lotus or a rose, the underlying message was the same. What is known within the sacred circle must not be spoken without. This tradition found echoes of magical texts, invocations, and even an architectural design where hidden chambers and veiled sanctuaries served both physical and mystical, or in symbolical purposes. The invocation texts, particularly those found in papyri and magical handbooks, often employ dense symbolic language to veil their true meaning. In these writings, Aphrodites may appear under code names, described with attributes traditionally assigned to cosmic rulers, soul guides, or initiatory forces. The reader is expected to decode her presence not through direct identification, but through resonance and correlation. When she is described as the one whose light illumines the world, or as seated upon the lotus surrounded by guardians, the symbolism is layered with theological implications. She becomes both gate and guardian, revealing and concealing in the same breath. The notion of the one and the whole, a concept found in Ptolemaic and Hermetic philosophy, correlates with Aphrodite's deeper symbolic role as the force that draws all things together in harmony. She reflects the principle that all multiplicity is, in essence, a unity. This philosophical view transforms her from a mythological figure into a metaphysical principle. She is not merely the goddess of love, but the living embodiment of attraction, synthesis, and universal cohesion. From this perspective, the lotus and rose are more than botanical symbols. They are metaphysical diagrams. The rose, with its tightly furled core and expanding layers, represents the path from ignorance to enlightenment. Each petal must be peeled away, each layer contemplated and absorbed. The lotus, with its emergence from mud and bloom above water, symbolizes the elevation of consciousness from the base to the transcendent. These images are not interchangeable, but rather complementary aspects of the same mystery. The rose guards the entrance to truth. The lotus carries the soul across the threshold. In the fusion of these transitions, the goddess once known for her beauty and seduction is recast as the veiled mistress of initiation. Her rites, once thought of as purely celebratory or erotic, take on the contours of sacred drama. The kiss becomes a transfer of breath and essence. The mirror reflects not the face, but the inner self. The silence is not absence, but presence held in reverence. Such reinterpretations did not disappear with the fall of ancient mystical and esoteric systems. Medieval alchemists, Renaissance magicians, and even modern occultists have drawn upon these ancient images, folding them into their diagrams, texts, and rituals. The goddess enthroned upon a lotus, flanked by protectors, seated in silence, is still invoked, though now she may be unnamed, hidden beneath layers of Christian, Hermetic, or Kabbalistic terminology. Still she endures. The esoteric The esoteric dimensions of Aphrodite's mythology reveals her as a central figure in the sacred tradition of hidden wisdom through her association with the rose and the lotus. She bridges the world. No, she bridges the worlds of sensory beauty and spiritual truth. Sub Rosa, she guards the path. Seated upon the lotus, she rules the unseen. Her silence is not forgetfulness, but protection. And our love, properly understood, is not merely desire, but the magnetism that draws the soul towards the divine center from which all things emerge and to which all things return. The rose, long regarded for its captivating beauty and fragrant aroma, became one of the most enduring symbols of esoteric and mystical traditions. It was not merely admired for its outward appeal, but for the deeper symbolic resonance it held across numerous philosophies, spiritual movements, and secret orders. The petals of the rose, tightly curled into layers that slowly unfurl, mirrored the hidden depths of truth, knowledge, and the self. To those who sought wisdom beyond the surface of conventional life, the rose symbolized the process of revelation, each petal an initiation, each unfolding a deeper layer of understanding. The thorns of the rose were not were the thorns of the rose were no mere botanical feature, but were understood as essential to its mystical meaning. The pursuit of inner truth, secret knowledge, or spiritual enlightenment was not considered a simple or harmless endeavor. The thorns represented the danger, trials, and suffering that often accompanied the seeker's path. They warned that sacred knowledge was to be approached with humility, reverence, and caution. Only those willing to endure discomfort or even pain were seen as truly ready to approach the deeper mysteries symbolized in the heart of the rose. Its fragrance was thought to be more than just a pleasant scent. In mystical literature, fragrance often denoted the unseen or spiritual essence, and the rose's perfume was interpreted as the emanation of the divine or the unseen truth. A flower that could be seen, touched, and smelled was understood to bridge sensory experience with hidden reality, an echo of how the material world can contain spiritual meaning. Among initiatory groups, the rose often appeared in veiled symbolism. In alchemical texts, it could represent the secret of transmutation, the elusive philosopher's stone, or the soul's journey through purification. In some Gnostic and Hermetic schools, the rose was planted within the heart of the seeker, blooming only as inner enlightenment grew. This flower within was not merely personal development, but a metaphysical awakening to the structure of the cosmos and the divine principles that animate it. The expression "under the rose" or sub rosa came to encapsulate this heritage. Meetings held in secrecy were often conducted with a rose overhead or a rose motif present, indicating that all shared knowledge was to remain hidden from the uninitiated. Here the rose served both as a seal of silence and a mark of trust between those privy to sacred discourse. It wasn't just secrecy for secrecy's sake. It was the recognition that certain truths could not be spoken plainly or profaned by careless use. The rose stood as a guardian of mystery. When depicted in art and ritual, the rose often occupied a central space or was shown intertwined with other symbols. For example, a rose at the center of a cross was a motif that came to represent the union of the earthly and the divine, of suffering and transcendence, of matter and spirit. Each interpretation, each image of the rose in different traditions still carried the tension between revelation and concealment, beauty and danger, fragrance and thorn. So yeah, that is all of it. Sorry that I had to take a break and step away. We had some audio issues in the background that I had to mute out and let take care of itself. I hope you guys did enjoy. This is another late night stream of Esoteric Agenda. I really am getting to where I enjoy this one. I didn't know if I was going to enjoy it as much as what I ended up enjoying it. Enjoying it now. I had done some previous stuff in the past on my old channel, or on my original channel, which was Strange Stories, that I wanted to preserve and keep. So I went through them and I kept the ones that had good audio, or decent audio to make 15-minute clips of. And I named the video series Esoteric Agenda. And this time, now that I've gone through and I've edited all of those, I wanted to go back over and do this again. And I'm really glad that I did, because it gives me a chance to look back on a lot of the older stuff that I had done back in the beginning when I first started checking this stuff out. And at the time when I did it, I wasn't really all that focused. I can see that now, and I'm glad that I'm doing it now, because it seems that I have more focus on the things that I'm researching, and that I've researched back in the past, and I'm really getting into this and how it's unfolding. No pun intended, but it is pretty interesting, and I do like it. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. If you guys want to check out the older episodes that I have pertaining to the Esoteric Agenda, you can catch those on Rumble. You can also catch those on YouTube. I have them on Rumble with the Wonderful World of Weirdness, as well as the Wonderful World of Weirdness on YouTube. And I have the episodes also uploading on my original channel, which is Strange Stories. And I did those back whenever I called my channel The Strange, The Bizarre, The Unusual. I like it. The little strip that's running down there with the demonic white face and all of that is the original video stream that I had when it was named that. So I wanted to keep that and make it a part of the series this time around because I guess I'm a big romantic or something like that. I wanted to kind of keep it for memory sakes, and yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. I'm already at the 5th episode, I believe, and it just seems like this has gone a lot faster than the other episodes that I have. So, with that being said, I'd like to thank everybody for watching ahead of time or the ones who are watching right now. It doesn't look like I have any comments that I have to respond to, which I am completely happy with. I really didn't have a chance to go on to YouTube and find out if anybody's watching on there. I guess I could go and do that real quick, but let me go ahead and do that, and then I can end the stream. Now, if you want to check these or my episodes out, you can check them out on the Wonderful World of Weirdness, like I said, on Rumble and on YouTube. You can also check them out on my streams that I do as Roger Hanson or Roger_Hanson on, I believe, Kick, DLive, and on X. Now on X, I'm Roger Hanson at ROGLOL1973. I am also infamous. No, wait, yeah, I believe on Twitch I am infamous 1969. Yeah, that's what it is. And then on X, I'm Roger Hanson at ROGLOL1973. Now on DLive, I am just Roger Hanson. You can check me out there too. And I believe that covers all of it. Now on on Kick, I'm just Roger_Hanson. So if you guys did like the stream, like, subscribe, share, make comments, give some feedback, heck, just make a conversation, stop by, say hello. It's really important that you take time to put a comment into people's streams, believe it or not. You'll hear everybody always talking about algorithms and things of that nature, which is important, but trust me when I say that comments are just as important. It shows the platform that channel is active and that people are interacting with it. So do content creators a favor and make a comment in the comment section. Besides that, I'm on Rumble and I get tired of getting comments from just bots wanting me to buy viewers and improve my channel, which is ridiculous. I enjoy having conversations with you guys. I really do. So if you do make a comment to me, let me reassure you, I will respond to them as long as you're not being a troll. Don't be a troll. It's like Jaffe says, don't be a dick. Keep it civil. Just remember that we all have different outlooks, different ways of looking at things. So what you believe and what I believe aren't necessarily the same. So keep that in mind and have respect for one another. And with that being said, I'd like to say thank you again for watching now or sometime in the future. And I hope you have a good night, good morning, good afternoon, whatever time of the day it is for you. And with that, I will end the stream. Thanks for watching, guys. Bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Wow Talk. Today we have a special guest here. This is going to be an interview, and this topic that we're having is it brings up a lot of controversy and a lot of emotion. So, in this interview, what I want to do is we're just going to do the interview first, and then I asked Christian, who's doing the interview, if he would be alright with questions and answers after the interview, and he said that it was okay. Usually I let people ask questions during the interviews if the speaker agrees to let that happen, but this time I did it because I've had experiences where it can go south real quick if I allow people to talk while we're doing the actual interview. So with that being said, I do want to say that my guest for today is a guy that I had met through World Pirate Radio Network, Jeffy Ryder or Captain Sinclair, whichever, hint hint it is. It could be both, it could be two separate people, but I don't think so. But anyhow, he said that me and Christian should meet and talk, and I thought it was a good idea. And before I could even send a message to him, bam, here Christian was sending me a message saying Jeffy wanted to get in touch with each other. So this is pretty good. Now, before we get started, I'd like to have Christian introduce himself, kind of give us a background about himself, and let everybody get to know him. Would you mind doing that for me, Christian?
Yeah, sure. First, thanks for having me on your show. And my name is Chris Laterreur. I'm a survivor of the MK Ultra project, called the Monarch Project. And I'm here to talk about this. So, yeah.
Okay, now you're from Canada too, right? Yeah, now you're from Canada too, right?
Yeah, I was from Quebec originally.
Okay. Now, are you okay with using your last name, or?
Yeah, I don't mind.
Okay, because I know you've been on a couple other interviews, so if anybody's watching, they'd be able to find you easier. I've actually gone through and done some research before we did this, so I could have at least some talking points,
Yeah.
So, if you don't mind, could you tell people what your full name is?
Yeah, Chris Laterreur.
Laterreur. See, I was curious about that too, because I could tell that had some French tones to it. I didn't know how to pronounce it, so I'll just call you Christopher.
Yeah, Christian or Chris. Yeah, that's good.
Okay. So, is there anything else you want to say about your background?
I'll explain a bit through my story, but
okay.
I was recruited at 6 years old by the CIA in this project, and pretty much all my friends got recruited too, and so we're a bunch of survivor, and
okay.
I want to get the story out, the real story, because there's a lot of stories and legends and kinds of like, but yeah, like I think the real story is probably worse than all those little like other stories and stuff inspired of it. So yeah.
Okay. Now you were talking before on another interview about a book that you had that got banned. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about that and let everybody know what happened there with that situation.
Yeah, I wrote a book. It's called The Montauk Boys: Terror at Montauk: The Last Moments of Camp Hero. And as soon as I put it online on Amazon, it didn't take 24 hours. I got banned for life. Like they removed the book. They told me like the sales you did, you won't get the money. Like I got all the screenshots of those texts. Like really yeah, like just no reason. Yeah, really like just so. Yeah, the book is really censored. It's hard to get. The only place you can get it, it's on lulu.com. Like in a ebook format. So yeah. But that's the truth. And this book was originally made. It wasn't a book. It was my testimony for the action class against the Allen Memorial Hospital in Montreal. It's the CIA hospital. They were doing tests there, and I spoke with Ann Diamond and Elena Freeland, and they convinced me that like people needed to know the truth behind the everything, you know, like I was a kind of the missing link of the story. So yeah, so we added like little sections here and there. That's the temporary book, because kind of a lifesaver edition. Because you can't start talking and not releasing something, because you'll get you know. So at least I released that. So just to avoid to have problems. So yeah, now.
Now you mentioned the Montauk Boys. Now that kind of stuck out to me whenever you referred to that. So I was wondering if maybe you could kind of give us a background story on the reason why you came up with the term the Montauk Boys.
Well, that was because MK Ultra had probably 200 sub project, okay, and they change of name to Monarch, and but a few of us were sent to this place. That was the hardest place you could go. 1% of us made it out alive of there.
Mm-hmm.
Kids were dying. It was a place we were kept in cage. I was 8 years old when I was sent there, and kept in cage, no bed and panties. The floors were concrete floors, soaked wet, blood everywhere. We were.
Now,
they were coming to see us there.
Now, I was wanting to get to all that too, you know, because I did see that in your interviews. But I want, before we start getting into that, I want to kind of get into some other stuff that you were discussing that really stuck out to me. And I do have what you were referring to on my talking points, because I've heard you talk about this stuff before, okay, on other interviews. But the one thing that I do want to get into that you mentioned before, okay, and it concerns you being kidnapped as a child. You said you were 6 years old when you were kidnapped, right?
No, I wasn't kidnapped. I was recruited at 6 years old.
Okay.
What happened? The preschool brought us to a job fair, and people were talking about their trades there. Different booths, different trades, little tables with stuff about their trades, and the last booth was military and cops, and they had guns, drug samples, and and they offered us to participate in a secret project.
Okay.
So we had some checklists to fill out, and and we all wanted to be badass, like spies, assassins, like mercenaries, like Green Beret, like all that stuff. So the teachers were there, like, are you sure? Because like we were 6 years old, So how can you like make choice for your life at that age? So anyway,
Now, what kind of
yeah,
what kind of questions and stuff like that were they having you do on this checklist? Like, could you kind of elaborate on that and kind of give us an example of some of the questions?
yeah, like all about like like it was different. Like they were talking about different like aspect in the military kind of thing, or in the cops, like like investigator, or like like all kinds of branches, like medic, or like stuff that you would be attracted to. But like yeah, like there were a lot of for black ops, for like mercenary, Green Beret, and like spies. That was the main thing, like I think
Okay, so they were basically wanting to find out what you would be interested in. At least it appeared that way. Like,
yeah, like those were like checklists, like about like like things in those fields, like like but not we were 6 years old, so like the questions were pretty much basic too, but like that was the first checklist. But we had like regular checklists like that to do after, like like to size up like our taste, like what we like, what we dislike, like like just to know us like perfectly, like so.
yeah, yeah. I these checklists, so that they were basically being introduced to you over and over again, and they were keeping tabs of what you were thinking and how you and stuff of that nature is what you're saying, right? So
Yeah,
you were constantly being questioned on this and this and this, and they wanted you to fill them out.
yeah,
So that's good. That was one thing that really stuck out to me whenever you were doing your interviews, because you kept mentioning these checklists, and nobody really ever asked you about them, and wanted to figure out what it was that were on that list. Like this
yeah,
this is the first time I've heard you say actually that they gave you these checklists over and over again.
yeah, like and like just to like follow up on us, like they were like we were like really like they were investing a lot of money on us, like to build us, like they were flying us everywhere, like so like that was like yeah, like they have a logbook of each of us, so
Okay. Now, also something else that you talked about was whenever you got involved with these guys, that they pretty much had you go home and have your parents sign papers for the
yeah,
recruitment. Could you kind of go into that for us and tell us a little
yeah,
bit about
like
that?
they sent us back from that job fair, like with the papers to show to our parents, and if they were like in a court, and like they were okay with this, to bring back the paper, and we would get an appointment from there. So we all did this, like in my buddies, like brought this to my mom, because my dad was working at the Bay James while I got recruited. So yeah, like my mom filled out those papers. Like I was all there, I was all motivated. Please, 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 like it looked so cool. Like the show that we're selling was nice, for a kid. But yeah, till you get in the real thing. So anyway, so we got this appointment when I brought the papers back, and like in the appointment, they were just like talking to my mom, and like spinning her head around, like like a few like important people. Oh, he's gonna be like a genius. Like it's just through light traumas, and like with the hypnose, and like you won't remember nothing, and blah 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 blah. And yeah, like there were. It was like pressure cell, like a machine to recruit kids.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, and the money was good too. Like they were giving good money to the parents. So yeah, that's how I got recruited. So
Yeah, no,
and, like
when,
my mom
uh,
was working with the cops in the same office, so she trusted them. Like she had no idea what, like, and the thing too, like when we were in this appointment, they told us that because we wanted that, like not to complain about it, and like we weren't allowed to talk to our parents, and our parents weren't allowed to talk about or ask us question about like what was going on in those tests. So like and they made stuff in that project that to make us so uncomfortable that we wouldn't talk about it, like
Mhm.
crazy stuff. So yeah.
Now, when you mentioned that before, that's kind of something that stuck out to me, and like we just went over the papers and the checklist. Now, you said in previous interviews that your parents weren't aware, um, and you also said that parents couldn't ask questions about what had happened, and the kids couldn't tell them anything either.
Yeah.
Um,
It could be a test to see if we were talking or whatever. We wanted to be spies. We wanted to be like, like the real thing. So, like, we couldn't mess around and like, yeah, I was motivated. Like,
no, did they make it appear as though as that's what it was, to where it was training you and things of that nature, or did they tell you
what?
bad things would happen if you told?
Yeah, like at some point, threatening to kill my parents or like stuff like that. Like like there's a phase in my young age, like where I was waiting till my mom goes to sleep, and I was going next to the door in the back. I was grabbing a knife, and I was staying there all night till the morning comes up. And I was like when the sun was coming up, I was going to sleep a few hours before school, because like I was scared, like, and I thought they were coming by the back door. So like I was always there, yeah. So that's a few years of that. So
Yeah, that's one thing that I really noticed whenever I seen it. I thought that would be something that we would discuss, because like I said, whenever I watched the interviews, it was like you wanted to bring this stuff up, but it to me personally, and I'm not saying anything bad about anybody. I'm just saying it didn't seem like the questions were structured. You know what I mean? Like
yeah,
to where you could actually tell your story and let people hear it, and be able to say everything that you wanted to say about it. So that's kind of what I'm wanting to do here. I'm wanting to,
that's nice.
you know what I mean, so that you have a chance to say everything and be able to get your message out to people and the way you want it. You know what I mean? If there's something else that pops up while we're talking that I don't have on my talking point, I'll add it on and I'll go back and we'll talk about it. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So with your parents, after your parents and you weren't talking to one another and telling each other what was going on, you also mentioned that kids didn't use their real names. There either. Like I believe you said your name there was Duncan Carmen.
Duncan Cameron,
Cameron.
and like that was for Montauk. Like, but for Montauk, we weren't using our real names, and like for other places too. But like at the certification, when we had like our cards and all, and like the insurance papers, and like like our numbers and all. Yeah, like we had that name too, but we couldn't like tell it to our other friends or whatever what was the other name, like. So this is papers that we had to bring to our parents, and parents were keeping them, and like so that's like the pension papers and stuff like that. And
Yeah. Now, I would like to get into Montauk and talk about that right off, but before we do that, there are some other things that you had mentioned that I think would be interesting to talk about before we get there. Okay, now You had mentioned quite a few times about handlers, okay? And from what we're talking about now, the first thing that popped up in your conversation was the cops. And you said
Mhm.
that your mom had been working for the police force, I guess, before all
Yeah, in the
this
same
occurred.
office, not they were in the same building. She was a government employee too,
Hmm.
but in another division or whatever. So yeah.
Now, this relationship that she had with these police officers, was it one where they like hung out with each other and had conversations and stuff like that, or was it just they went to work and uh, and she came home and that was it?
Well, that I know of, yeah, they were just co-workers seeing daily and like talking and my mom was nice. Like they were nice too. The sweetest two-faced.
Ethicists argue that any system capable of learning, adapting, and experiencing input in a non-deterministic fashion might eventually warn a category distinct from both machines and animals. While this debate remains largely speculative at present, the animals, while they do no, both no, at present, they okay. Let me start over. Consideration. Okay, some in, no ethicists ethicists argue that any system capable of learning, adapting, and experiencing input in a non-determined fashion might eventually warrant a category distinct from both machines and animals. While this debate remains largely speculative at present, the advent of machines like the CL-1 forces institutions to begin considering such possibilities well in advance. From a research standpoint, neuroscientists are excited by the opportunity this platform presents. Until now, studies of brain function have relied heavily on either static models, invasive observations of living subjects, or digital simulations that fail to replicate the true complexity of neural activity. The CL1 offers a living, interactive neural network that can be experimented with in a controlled and repeatable way. It allows for manipulation of network size, neuron types, connectivity parameters, and response conditions, all while tracking real-time data from a living brain-like system. This could revolutionize our understanding of fundamental processes like consolidation, memory consolidation, synaptic plasticity, and neurochemical signaling. Despite these advances, several limitations continue to define the CL1's current generation. Most critically, the neurons have a limited lifespan. After 6 months, the culture begins to degrade and lose functionality, requiring replacement. Additionally, the system has no current mechanism for preserving or transferring memories or learned behavior from one generation to the next. This makes it unstable or unsuitable for long-term development or continuity-based learning projects unless a method of data extraction and re-implementation can be developed. Also, the nature of neuron growth introduces variability in performance, meaning no two CL1 systems are identical, which can implicate experimental reproducibility. Nonetheless, Cortical Labs envisions a future where these challenges can be overcome. Plans are already underway to build networked clusters of CL1 units, enabling parallel processing and distributed biological intelligence. Such clusters could be used in robotic control systems, giving autonomous machines the capacity to learn in real time from their environment through organic feedback loops. In artistic or creative applications, these systems might be used to generate novel patterns, music, or visual art based on neuron reactions to different stimuli. In education, the CL1 might one day serve as a teaching tool, allowing students to explore neural networks hands-on in biology and computing classes. While the CL1 does not signal the immediate emergence of conscious machines, it does indicate a shift in how we conceive intelligence, memory, and learning. Rather than viewing cognition as a purely digital construct, this development returns us to the understanding that intelligence is a biological process shaped by constant feedback, growth, and adaptation. It opens the door to new forms of hybrid computing that may one day rival or even complement the capabilities of the human brain itself. As researchers and developers continue to refine this technology, the conversation surrounding its ethical use, scientific potential, and societal impact will likely become one of the most important dialogues of the 21st century. Believe it or not, this is fact. This is fact, and it's stranger than fiction, ladies and gentlemen. I learned about the CL1 through a friend of mine on Dragus Production, the Vixen's Vault. If you guys want to check her out, feel free to do so. Her name is Nancy Planeta. She has the Vixen's Vault, or she does her show, The Vixen's Vault, every Wednesday night. That is at 8 p.m. Central, no, Eastern Standard Time, or Eastern Time, 7 p.m. Central Time, 6 p.m. Mountain Time, and 5 p.m. Pacific time, I believe. Yes. And then, of course, 10 p.m. over in England, Scotland, and Ireland. So, if you guys really like that, you want to meet Nancy Planetta and be able to talk to her, watch her show. You can check it out at Dragus Productions on Wednesday nights. Now, with that being said, and doing a plug for the Vixens Vault, I pretty much am done talking about this now, other than the fact that one thing that stands out to me that really kind of trips me out on this one is reproduction. If they actually are able to allow the CL1 to reproduce, then it could actually be a self-generating program where it creates its own system and it doesn't need the help of humans. That's one thing that I have been actually keeping up on when it comes to LLMs and neural networks, but like with this biological intelligence, it seems like that is the goal that they are really wanting to move towards, is creating a biological network, neural network, whatever you want to call it, that can self-generate itself, because it's got a lifespan of 6 months. If they can figure out a way of allowing them to procreate, basically. They said recreate, but you know what that means. That's procreation. If these neurons can procreate, then they can grow and develop on their own. That only seems like the logical next step, you know. So that's the one thing that really sticks out to me. Now, the second topic that I went through, that I'm going to go even farther with that later on. That is something that I really have been interested in for quite some time. I really do like the topic of the CL1, but I have always been interested in the developmental singularity hypothesis. There's a few more theories that came out of that, which I'm going to explore even further as I go along with this series. And this is something that I've been wanting to do for quite a while. A video series about weird science, basically, you know. We aren't putting, bras on our head or anything like that. No funny stuff around here, but we are going to get weird. We're going to do some weird science stuff. So, well, maybe I might put a bra on my head. I don't know. I like doing weird stuff. I ain't gonna lie to you. So, with that being said, it doesn't look like we have really anybody in the chats. I could check out. Rumble and see if anybody's in there. But at the moment, I am also uploading more videos to Rumble that will be out later on. I've got them scheduled and good to go. We're going to have an awesome first 2, maybe 3 months of 2026 on Rumble. I can tell you that right now. Got everything scheduled up for 6 months, and we are going full force on Rumble with the uploads. We're still doing pretty good on YouTube as well. You guys, if you're interested in checking us out, you can check us out at Kick, YouTube, Twitch, X, D Live, and YouTube. So we're on all those platforms. It's The Wonderful World of Weirdness and Strange Stories on YouTube. There's also The Wonderful World of Weirdness on Kick as well, or not Kick, but Rumble as well. On Kick, I'm Roger Hanson, as well as Roger Hanson on DLive. You can catch me on X as Roger Hanson at ROGLOL1973. On Twitch, I am okay. Try this again. First, I gotta go to my content, delete the first cosmic weave that I just did, and well, actually, gotta do it for X as well. Delete that one. Gotta delete. Yeah, this is ridiculous. Really irritates me when I have to do shit like this. Okay. Okay. Let me test this. Now I'll go to the channel. For Kick. Yeah. This is annoying. just to say it, this is annoying. Okay. Let me hit refresh, make sure it's live streaming. Alright, so it's good on Rumble. Getting back to YouTube, making sure, we got YouTube set up now on The Wonderful World of Weirdness. Check out the audio, make sure it's all set up. I accidentally did the stream on the Strange Stories. And sounds like it's working on Twitch. It's back up on X. It's good on Twitch. It is good on D Live, and now it is going on Kick too. So everything, it all sounds good. Now I got to go to my channel on Kick if it shows my replays down below, which it's supposed to do, but it's not. And once it does that, yeah, I don't want panels. I don't know why it keeps showing that panel. I want to see previous episodes. That stuff drives me nuts. Okay, I'll get it later, I guess. So it looks like everything is up and running. So I got 3 minutes. I'm gonna go grab some coffee, and then I'm gonna come back and get started. We are doing the Cosmic Weave, and this is gonna be the episode that talks about the scientific side of it with the human brain. So we've got everything set up and ready to go. I got my notes, or my reading, I should say, that's put together. I freaking usually do my streams about freaking 5 p.m. But today I'm running behind on my writing part of everything, so I had to write this out, get the grammar and spelling straight. After I'm done with this, I'm going to turn it into a blog, which I have on Medium. You can check that out if you want to. I go by freaking Omega Red on there. So, with that being said, let me go get my coffee before it hits 9 o'clock, and I'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome to another episode of the Cosmic Weave. I'm Roger Hanson, and I am here to present another podcast episode and live stream of the Cosmic Weave here on the wonderful world of weirdness, as well as strange stories. You can find strange stories on YouTube and minds.com, and you can find the wonderful world of weirdness on YouTube as well as on Rumble. Besides that, I'm streaming the episodes on Twitch, X, D Live, and Kick. So you can find it there as well, just under Infamous 1969 on Twitch. And Also, Roger Hanson, or at ROGLOL1973 on X. I'm also on DLive as Roger underscore Hanson, and I am Roger underscore Hanson on Kick as well. So that's where you can find me. If you ever want to check out the other material that I have, I stream all of those on there, and they're easy to find. All you got to do is find me at those locations. With that being said, I will get on to the, the episode. Now, this is technically part 3 of my scientific side to the cosmic weave. I have been discussing ancient theology, ancient lore, ancient religion, whatever you want to call it, ancient beliefs about primordial, um, the primordial beginnings of the cosmic weave, basically. And I've also been delving into topics concerning the scientific aspects of it. Now you can hear other people discuss the cosmic weave, and they do have their own interpretations of it. Mine does differ in a few ways. Like a lot of people who discuss the cosmic weave believe in these networks of nexuses that are set up with that link to one another, so that information can be connected to it. I personally don't follow in that tradition. I believe that it instead of these being, well, like, it can be called the nexus too, but it's also I refer to it as the axis Monday. I believe there's one nexus point where information is sent to, processed, and put out into the cosmos. Um, According to this theory, that would make more sense to me. And you'll hear a lot of sources refer to they'll be using words that like primordial, and that's basically where I have gone to in the last parts of my area that relate to theology, belief systems, and things of that nature. As well as that, with this one, I'm going to be going from the human brain outward, where we'll be discussing things. Well, first of all, I started discussing pathways within the brain, uh, um, the neural system and circuitry and all that of that, and now I'm starting to just now relate it to the outside world. Like I was talking about theta waves, delta waves, gamma waves, and things like that that work within the brain, the human brain, or every brain actually. And I started giving examples of theta-like patterns that are in the environment around us, gamma-like patterns, gamma wave-like patterns, and delta-like wave patterns as well. That would pertain to like um, you know, the freaking ecosystem where animals, the predator prey relationship, that would be a pattern that goes within uh, those type of topics. You also have to look at like migration of birds, the patterns they do. That's also something that relates to these waves that are within your brain. Oceanic waves too are also related to all this. We've covered it in previous episodes, but I just wanted to kind of bring it up and you know, get back onto the topic after I mentioned that. So With that being said, I am going to get started with the reading, and I hope you guys enjoy. Um, so here we go. Now, the cerebellum contains uh, deep cerebellar nuclei, which are clusters of neurons serving as the cerebellum's output channels. These nuclei send signals to other parts of the brain to execute and fine-tune movements. They do this by processing input received from the spinal cord, sensory systems, and other parts of the brain. The cerebellum doesn't initiate movement, but rather adjusts and refines motor commands to ensure accuracy and precision. It continues to monitor and modify motor commands, allowing for fluid movements and the ability to adapt to changing conditions. Neuroplasticity is a process that enables the cerebellum to adjust to changes within the vestibular system. Vestibular rehabilitation therapy is one of several approaches that harness the cerebellum's plasticity in order to improve balance and coordination. Through therapeutic exercises that challenge the vestibular system, the cerebellum is encouraged to adapt and help restore balance. Before I go any further, I want to apologize to everybody because of my horrible reading. I have a bad habit of pronouncing words horribly, so I apologize. Now, through neuromodulation, a physiological process, certain neurons use chemicals to regulate diverse populations of other neurons, modifying their activity rather than directly triggering an action potential. Unlike traditional neurotransmission, which works through point-to-point synaptic communication to produce immediate, short-lived effects, neuromodulation has more prolonged and widespread influences on the neural network. This modulation can affect the excitability, firing patterns, or responsiveness of entire neural circuits, reshaping how information is processed in the brain or nervous system over time. A variety of chemical messengers act as neuromodulators, such as dopamine, serotonin, I have a hard time with this one. Norepinephrine, acetylcholine, and certain neuropeptides. Yeah. Okay, these substances don't necessarily cause neurons to fire, but instead adjust the conditions under which firing might occur. Dopamine might increase the likelihood of neuron responding to input, while serotonin might reduce responsiveness in another context. This capacity to finely tune neural activity makes neuromodulation fundamental for behavior flexibility, mood regulation, arousal, attention, reward learning, motor control, and the sleep-wake cycle. The transition from wakefulness to sleep is governed by changing channels of neuromodulators like acetylcholine, acetylcholine, that's the word, and norepinephrine. There it is, norepinephrine. Now, acetylcholine enhances the signal to noise ratio in sensory systems, making the brain more attuned to relevant stimuli. In the reward system, dopamine adjusts motivational salience, reinforcing behaviors that result in pleasurable outcomes. Beyond pharmacology, this concept has also been applied in technological inventions. Medical devices that deliver electrical or magnetic stimulation, such as deep brain stimulation, vagus nerve stimulation, and transcranial magnetic stimulation, can modulate neural activity. What makes neural modulation especially intriguing is that it acts as a regulatory overlay to the brain's communication system. Rather than altering the content of signals traveling through neural circuits, it changes how those signals are perceived, prioritized, or integrated. It functions as a higher order control system that can modify an overall tone, pace, or that can modify or overall the overall tone, pace, or responsiveness of neural operations, allowing the brain to adapt to both internal states and external demands. A brand of physiology called electrophysiology studies the electrical properties of biological cells and tissues. It focuses on the flow of ions in biological systems and how these ionic movements generate electrical currents that drive cellular activity, particularly in neurons, muscle fibers, and cardiac tissues. Electrophysiology investigates how electrical signals are generated, transmitted, and interpreted within organisms, and how these signals control functions ranging from the heartbeat to thought. It emphasizes how neurons use electrical impulses or action potentials to communicate. These impulses are created when a neuron membrane when a neuron's membrane potential rapidly shifts due to the movement of sodium, potassium, calcium, and chloride ions across the cell membrane through specialized proteins called ion channels. The voltage changes that result propagate along axons and lead to the release of neurotransmitters at synapses, enabling the signal to transfer to the next cell. Electrophysiological recordings capture this activity either at the level of single neurons or across populations of cells, offering insights into the timing, pattern, and strength of neural communications. One technique in electrophysiology is the use of the electroencephalogram, which measures electrical activity in the brain via electrodes placed on the scalp. It allows researchers to examine patterns of brain waves such as delta, theta, alpha, beta, and gamma rhythms, which correspond to different states of consciousness, attention, and cognitive function. Intracellular recordings allow scientists to explore the electrical behavior of individual neurons, including their responses to synaptic input and firing characteristics. Electrophysiology is also applied to muscle physiology, sensory systems, and even artificial systems that interact with the body. Devices like cochlear implants and brain-machine interfaces depend on principles of electrophysiology to convert electrical signals into inputs and outputs for communication or control. Biological function is governed by rapid changes in feedback loops that happen in milliseconds. Electrophysiological techniques provide a window into these quick processes, helping researchers understand how organisms respond to stimuli and how information moves through networks. The concept of the cognitive cerebellum is gaining attraction in neuroscience. The cerebellum is involved in higher level cognitive functions such as planning, decision making, and problem solving. It depends on its intricate neural circuitry to coordinate movement and process sensory input. This circuitry includes various types of fibers and neurotransmitters that work together to fine-tune motor commands. Two primary fiber types in this system are mossy fibers and climbing fibers. Now, these are what I have used as references when it comes to this topic, the cosmic weave. Now, usually I keep the scientific side separate from the other side, but where I want to add in here is when you look at the world tree, you're looking at these, you're looking at the idea of these branches that are spread all around the world from the world tree. Now, when it comes to the brain, you have to understand that you have this circuitry that's running through your brain, and there's various types of fibers and neurotransmitters that work together. And what they're doing is fine-tuning your motor commands. And these fibers types, there's two of them. There's the mossy fibers and the climbing fibers. Now, I've actually used that as references here in the past on different things that I've done. And this is actually what I'm talking about when it comes to this. So that's important to understand as I go further into this. These fibers are very, very important, and they're just very, very important, I guess. So that being said, I'm going to go ahead and continue where I left off. So these mossy fibers originate from multiple sources, including the spinal cord and brainstem, and project to the cerebral cortex. They synapse into granule cells, which in turn send parallel fibers to synapse onto. This is one that's really tricky. It's Purkinje cells. Purkinje cells. Purkinje cells. The Purkinje cells then send inhibitory signals to deep cellular nuclei, which act as the cerebellum's output channels. Now, climbing fibers, in contrast, originate from the inferior olive in the brainstem and project directly to Purkinje cells. Each Purkinje cell receives input from a single climbing fiber, which delivers powerful excitatory input. This distinctive setup allows climbing fibers to play a key role in motor learning and plasticity. Now, plasticity is what I had been discussing earlier too, where the brain is capable of rerouting its neurological system, its circuitry. If a part of the brain is damaged, it can literally rewire itself. It also is capable of doing other things as well, which I've started to discuss again here. But I just wanted to point out that that's what plasticity is. It's your brain's ability to actually rewire and change directions when it comes to the neurons and things of that nature. But it's also able to go in and determine what is needed and what's not needed, and things of that nature. And this is where we're going to start getting into that area. This is another part of plasticity that kind of goes even further into what I've discussed before. So, with that being said, I'm going to go right back to it now. Now, long-term potentiation and long-term depression are also integral to the cerebellum circuitry. As forms of synaptic plasticity, long-term potentiation and long-term depression occur at the synapses between parallel fibers and Purkinje cells, allowing the cerebellum to adjust the strength of these connections based on experience. This in turn fine-tunes motor commands in response to changing conditions. These are two essential processes that support the brain's ability to learn, remember, and adapt. These phenomena take place in the synapses where neurons communicate with one another, involving enduring changes in the strength of those connections. These mechanisms are central to what is known as synaptic plasticity, the brain's ability to change its structure and function in response to experience, activity, or environmental inputs. Long-term potentiation refers to a sustained increase in synaptic strength that follows high-frequency stimulation of the synapses. When two neurons are repeatedly and synchronously activated, the connection between them grows stronger over time. This improved efficiency means that future signals between the neurons are more likely to elicit a response. This process is a vital mechanism through which memories are encoded and stored in the brain. At the cellular level, long-term potentiation involves a variety of changes, including increased neurotransmitter release, heightened receptor sensitivity, or quantity, especially in glutamate receptors, and structural changes like the development of new synaptic spines. These adaptations allow the receiving neuron to respond more vigorously to the same input in the future. Conversely, long-term depression is a lasting decrease in synaptic strength. It happens when synapses are activated at a low frequency over a prolonged period, or when neurons' activity is out of sync. Instead of reinforcing the connection, long-term depression weakens it, effectively reducing the signal transmission between involved neurons. This is not a form of damage or loss, but a refinement. Long-term depression is believed to support processes like forgetting, clearing irrelevant or outdated information, and avoiding saturation of synaptic activity, which is essential for preserving the adaptability of neural networks. Now, right here, it gets into the area where I was talking about where our brain, while we're asleep, uh, processes the information that we've gathered within the day. It determines if this is good or if this isn't good. Now, if it's bad information, it'll set it over here to this side. If it's good information, it'll put it over here to the other side. And it'll just go through all of the information that we've collected throughout the day in our memory. Okay. And when it's done with that, it takes the information that it feels is not necessary or not really relevant or needed, and it just gets rid of it. You know what I mean? So after it does that, it takes the memories that are needed, that it feels is important and necessary, and it takes and sends it to our long-term memory where it's stored and it's kept. This process is something else that I wanted to bring up and discuss, because you'll hear about people who are involved in being abductions with UFOs and stuff, talking about lost time. You know, now I've also said some other things, but especially when it comes to that, like lost time, there could be possibly a type of technology that's used to where these beings are able to block out your mind, make it to where you don't remember, and this would be what it is. They would be able to tap into this part of the brain so that they could make it to where you literally freaking just get rid of the information that's just happened to you. And this is something that really stuck out to me. I have never brought it up before, but it's a part of that too. You know what I mean? There's people who believe in lost civilizations, that talk about us being in freaking a state of amnesia. You know, this could actually be a part of that as well. There's so many things that this part of the brain could be a part of when it comes to those kind of things as well. And on the parapsychology side of things, you know, a lot of them always discuss like what we perceive and what we think we see, you know, might not actually be what we're seeing. And this would be a part of that as well. I used a UFO, for example. You know, people will look up and they see a UFO and they believe that that's what they see, but it doesn't necessarily mean that that's exactly what's there. It could be something that your brain is capable of perceiving. It could be some kind of technology that's making you just see that, instead of what's actually there. And the reason why I say that for is because I've been listening to some people who are into parapsychology, and they talk about old folklore, especially in England, where people believe in the fairy folk and people believe in ogres and trolls and things of that nature, you know. And they also believe in they used to believe in having festivals in their fields, you know, and they would do it regularly. So that became a ritual that was done in the fields. And now today we're having crops crop circles pop up in the middle of these same fields that used to have these festivals take place that celebrated the harvest and things of that nature. Where we're seeing UFOs now, back 200-300 years ago, people were seeing, the fairy folk, or they were seeing freaking, trolls or imps or gnomes and things of that nature. So there could be a correlation there, you know what I mean? And that's also something that's very fascinating to me too, because that's allowing us to look out, um, look look at different points of views when it comes to that. And I'm not saying that UFOs don't exist. I'm not saying any of that. I'm just saying that there's more um, there's more things to look at too than just what everybody thinks there is. You know what I mean? So I just wanted to put that out there and kind of go over that, because this is a very important part of what I was talking about before, and this is actual scientific research. You know what I mean? This isn't anything that's mystical. This isn't anything that's been kept away from people, classified. Anything of that nature. This is information that anybody can look up and find out for themselves if they want to take a look at it. If you, because my reading is bad, if you have a problem with words that I've said and you want me to tell you how to spell the words for future reference, if you're wanting to find stuff out, make a comment in the comment section, and I'll be more than happy to share how to spell it, things of that nature. And with that, I am going to go ahead and continue reading. Now, both long-term potentiation and long-term depression depend heavily on calcium signaling within the neurons. The magnitude and timing of calcium influx through receptors determine which process will occur. A large, rapid influx typically induces long-term potentiation, while a smaller, slower influx tends to favor long-term depression. These processes are not uniform across all brain regions, but are especially well studied in the hippocampus, a region associated with learning and memory. However, they also take place in the cortex, cerebellum, and other regions where they support sensory processing, motor learning, and cognitive flexibility. Long-term potentiation and long-term depression are not simple opposites. They work together as complementary mechanisms that fine-tune neural networks over time. Learning involves not only strengthening relevant connections, but also weakening those that are unnecessary. This balance permits effective storage, retrieval, and revision of information. The flexibility these mechanisms offer ensure that the brain can respond to new experiences, shift focus, and alter behavior. Long-term potentiation and long-term depression form a cellular foundation for much of what is understood as memory, learning, and neural adaptability. So, with all of that being said, yes, it does function to help the brain function so that you're able to learn, you're able to adapt to, circumstances or situations change according to your environment, things of that nature. You're able to shift focus. You can respond to new experiences, and it also helps you to alter your behavior. You know what I mean? And those are very, very important things that you have to have, that involve, just everyday moving and everyday learning and stuff. But I personally believe that this stuff actually goes further, um, reading this stuff, and the more I read it and the more that I find out about this stuff and what the brain by itself is capable of doing, it just completely amazes me. It just keeps getting more and more amazing. And the the next part that I'm going to be focusing on is going into the mossy fibers, and the fibers period. It's the um, these are the next step in where I'm going with it, and also it's going to be more going outside of the brain and looking at other things that are going on around us. I've kind of started with things that are going on in the real world with natural phenomena, natural patterns, and things of that nature. But I also want to kind of get into, um, for one thing, computer systems and how they're coming up with a lot of neural networks for computer systems that they're using the brain and how it works as examples. That right there by itself is pretty amazing that they're actually using the human brain as an example to create um, computer programs. We've been discussing AI and everything. Me and Mark Edworthy and Tanhai Tran and Mr. Robot quite a bit, and this is something that's a part of. You'll hear a lot of people who are into parapsychology bring this topic or these topics up too. And this is what I said when I first started this series. This is probably the most popular, unpopular subject because they go in and they cherry pick on it. You know what I mean? Like you're not going to get the whole story on certain aspects that are being mentioned, like I mentioned with the primordial reference. A lot of remote viewers, people who are into remote viewing and parapsychology, will always talk about that primordial part of it, but they never really elaborate on what they're talking about. So this is what I've been learning when it comes to the primordial aspects of the cosmic weave, and where these ideas, in my opinion, are originating from. Um, these these are things that have been believed in and talked about for thousands of years. This is older than Gaia out of the Greek mythology. You know what I mean? It's actually what created the whole ideology behind the Greek and Roman mythologies, as well as other religious belief systems. Indo-European was responsible for Buddhism, Hinduism. It was responsible for Greek mythology, Greek theology, whatever you want to call it. I don't really like calling it mythology or myth, to be honest, because those people at that time believed in it as a religion. So that kind of doesn't really sit well with me when I say that. So um, that is pretty much what I have to say with the reading and everything. I've covered a lot of it. Now, I do want to come back and go into a different area on this because, like I said, I've been focusing a lot on the on equilibrium in the human brain. That's very important to understand. It's very important to understand what equilibrium is, first of all, and how the brain works. But after that, I want to start talking about equilibrium in the third eye. The third eye is something that a lot of people talk about and a lot of people believe. So that's where I start moving into that. I also want to get into other things outside of this. I want to start talking about the nexus between biology and genetics and myth. You know what I mean? How it all intertwines with one another, and eventually everything starts becoming more more like this, where I'm actually having a conversation with you rather than um, reading. You know what I mean, and stuff of that nature. But I really hope that I'm doing an okay job at kind of explaining where I'm coming from with all this, because I do enjoy doing this. This has been a project that I've been working on for quite a few years, to be honest with you. Probably back when I first started doing all of this. There's a lot of stuff involved, not just ancient religions and ancient theology and mythology and all that stuff, but there's alchemy involved in it as well. There's science involved in it. There's quite a bit of stuff, things that freaking I believe people today overlook, things that relate to us and the environment around us. Um, so I believe that I enjoyed doing this stuff, and putting it all together was a pretty tough job until I started getting into, like this. I believe I've said it before about when I found out what the difference between duality and dualism is. Where freaking with duality, you have two opposing forces that accompany one another, rather than dualism, which is two opposing forces that are in constant conflict. When you start looking at this stuff with the eyes of duality, you start seeing where things kind of complement one another rather than fight against it. And you start seeing that it's in all of nature, and that if you look hard enough, you can find out where the human brain actually uh, is mirroring the same things that you see in nature. And if the human brain and the natural world accompany one another, then that would only logically say that the cosmos is the same way as what the natural and the mental is. So I personally believe that you have to live a life that's consists of the mental, the the physical, the mental, the emotional, and the spiritual all in the same world. You can't have one. You can't pick and choose all of them. You gotta have it. You gotta think about all of that. So um, for me, I don't get caught up in religion, but I do believe in spiritual principles and stuff like that. I've chosen to live that way for a reason. Someday maybe I'll get more involved in that, but I don't want to get all churchy with everybody. Um, so let me see if I've got anybody who is on here that's actually saying anything. We've got 3 people on Rumble. We've had 23 views on YouTube. I never can tell if anybody's been on YouTube or on Twitch or X or D Live for that matter. I guess I had Dragus Production uh, on before, but I believe that was on a previous episode on D Live. So, but thanks anyhow for stopping by. Um, and nobody is on um, Kick. Now I've got messages from Alan, Alan, Alinally Baby, and with giving me the C, whatever that is. I've got to get used to Kick. They got all these hip new things on there, all these cool new freaking emoji codes and stuff that they put in there that I know absolutely nothing about. So I've gotta learn all about that. So that is pretty much the end of it. I really do wish that I could do this for an hour. You know what I mean? But apparently I didn't have enough to cover 1 hour. So what I am going to do is just say thank you for watching. If you guys liked the stream, please like, subscribe, share, make comments. Please make comments. I do appreciate feedback on anything. If you have an opinion about it, say it. I love to have conversations down in the comment section. Chat's good, don't get me wrong, but I do enjoy talking in the comment section. And besides that, it helps the channel. A lot of people forget that, they worry too much about the algorithm and they don't understand. Like, if you put comments in somebody's channel, then that shows that it's an active channel. If YouTube or Rumble or any of them don't freaking see many comments in the comment section, they start thinking that it's an inactive channel and it gets less views. Oh, I don't know about Rumble, but I know that's how YouTube does it. So if you guys want to help support me, make comments and in the comment section, and I always answer those comments, just so you know. So I appreciate everybody for showing up and listening. If you enjoyed, freaking thank you for watching, and I'm glad you did enjoy it. Hope everybody has a good morning, night, evening, whatever it is in the area that you're in. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. So thanks for watching, guys.
The gods, they overlap. Like, we talk a lot about Thoth and then Tawada and just different, even Sanathan, like even with his role where he's in Phoenicia, but we also hear him in a little bit of like the Greek, I don't want to say mythology, but like Greek history as well too. Roman history, that's probably better than Greek. Yeah. So that's something I think is neat.
Yeah, I really want to. That's one reason why I want to follow the Canaanites, because that Thoth thing, or Toth.
Tawadas, the T-boy.
Tawadas is probably what I'm just going to start calling them, because. But
Tawadas is the easiest way to pronounce it, and for whatever reason, it seems the most legit. Like, Toph doesn't seem legit to me. Tawadas just keeps standing out. Like, this is my name. Like him saying, "This is who I am," and then this is where they got this from. And I don't know. It's just crazy because I know Toph from studying previously, but I still hear him saying, or I still hear this reoccurring voice saying Tawadas, and I just learned Tawadas through you. And like, but every time I go and I connect and relate towards him, it's always Tawadas. It's never Toph.
Yeah, and like, there's actually 3 kingdoms in the Egyptian history. You know what I mean? Like, and Tawadas was only a part of that last kingdom, the 3rd kingdom. So it ended up migrating to Egypt somehow, and that's where I really want to get it, because you always hear people. Well, see, even I fell under this impression that like the Greeks came down and learned about Tawatas and brought them back to Greece, you know. But now we're learning that it was the other way around. It was actually Tawatas was integrated into the Egyptian pantheon. It wasn't the other way around, you know. So that's something that I find pretty interesting. I didn't know that before, and I'm glad we did the Phoenician, to be honest, because this is the one area that I really wanted to get into. And like, if you go and you watch ancient history videos like I do, not too many people come out with the actual Phoenician stuff. It's always got to do with the Assyrians or the Sumerians or the Babylonians or the Egyptians. They'll even go into Greek, but they never say anything about the Phoenicians or like the Urartu. I'd love to hear more about them, but you just don't hear about it. And Mithra, I want to hear. Mithra is probably the most amazing cult belief that they had back then when it came to ancient stories and stuff.
Mithra, can you elaborate? How do you spell it? First of all, is it Myth then Ra, so ERA, or
it's Mirtha?
Oh,
Now,
Mirtha, not
yeah.
Myth. Okay.
Now that kind of goes the other direction from where we're going with the Canaanites. It goes north, and actually it might blend down into the Greek and the Phoenician histories too. That's probably deeper, going farther back in that direction, but it's also connected to Zoroastrianism and Mithra. Back whenever Persia was actually being formulated, it was coming together as Persia. They incorporated Cyrus is actually the one who incorporated his father's kingdom, which was farther north from what's present day Iran, and he actually went into what's considered Iran today, and he created, or he was able to join a lot of the tribes in that region together to create the Persian Empire. But it's a pretty interesting story. And Afghanistan used to be a part of Persia too, and then it split off. So it's a lot of people don't understand that, because Afghanistan was actually it broke away from Persia so far back that people don't even realize that they once were the same country or the same kingdom.
Yeah, I didn't know that. So Parisians and Afghanistan, that's the same?
Yeah, at one time.
Wow.
At one time they were, but Zoroastrianism split up, and the best way to say it is that the Hindus and the Buddhists, especially the Buddhists, they originated out of Zoroastrianism. They didn't agree with their teaching, and they split away, and that's how we ended up with Buddhism. And they have video footage of historical documentaries where they show Buddha with red hair and Caucasian, and it's been desecrated because people over in the Middle East didn't like seeing a Caucasian face on Buddha, you know. So they didn't like that, and you find it all over that area. And they've got old mummies that are buried and petrified under the ground. Some of them have red hair, and they're taller than the average Asian in that area. That's some of the cool stuff that I think we should get into too later on. But that all starts because of Mithra, believe it or not. That's the cool stuff. Did any of that make any sense to you? Oh, she'll be back. But yeah.
Oh, I was talking to you. I didn't know I was muted, but I was like, yeah, it makes good sense. And then especially what you're saying about how they kind of discredit or sweep certain type of histories under the rug and stuff like that, where I guess they focus on the ones that they correlate or connect to. And then you were talking about the Buddha having the red hair and the face of a white man, which kind of pissed the Asians off. Not even say it like that. But
well, it's basically the truth. And like when I'm talking about Asians, I'm not talking about like Afghanistan. Well, maybe a little bit of it, but like I'm talking about like people in China and people in Thailand and countries like that. You know what I mean? Especially in India. Indians had a real hard time with that. They don't believe that India was invaded, and that's how they ended up getting their Vedas and their religious beliefs, because they believe that it all started right there in India. You know?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, they have a real hard time with it. And something
but
that
India and Asia are like so closely connected. I don't think people realize, like, even when we talk about like Asiatic people being like the original people, they are like a mix of Indian and Asian and African.
Yeah. And like in history, there's certain mysteries too that don't have answers to it. Like Genghis Khan, you know, he was a conqueror, and he conquered every area he could get a hold of.
Most God bless you.
But when he made it to the borders of India, he stopped and turned around. He refused to invade India. Why would he do that if he didn't have some kind of connection there?
Right.
You know, that's Genghis Khan, and he didn't have sympathy for anybody.
I heard him before. Why do I know this name, Genghis Khan? Khan, obviously. Why do I know him? I just read about him in something that I read, but I don't know where I read him.
Have you ever heard of the Great Horde or the Golden Horde?
I think he's in my Power of the Soul, actually. Honestly, I think in my Soul Series book is where I know of Genghis Khan from. But no, I didn't hear about what you're talking about. Dr. Shah has a Soul Series, Power of the Soul Healing Series, and that's where I know his name from. And that's interesting. That's crazy. That's interesting.
But that was one of the things that a lot of people don't really know, like the story behind Genghis Khan and the situation there. So now, when it comes to the Canaanites and everything, I'm gonna go back over a lot of the stuff that we have set up, or that we've already gone through, and I'm gonna point out or pull out the information that we got from our research, and we can go along bows and try to stick to that story, because I think that's going to send us in a better direction if we do it that way. You know?
Okay.
Because we came across a lot of good stuff. Like when they were talking about the Assyrians and the Sumerians, they were mentioning, first of all, it was the mermaid goddess that was supposed to be kind of like a Phoenician version of Isis or Ishtar, I mean. And then, what was it, last week or the week before, the rainbow goddess. I think that's cool.
So
Yeah, and the rainbow goddess, and how we were talking about even the mermaid goddess too, and just connections to like the same kind of entity. And then I think there was one that was like a snake.
You know, on the walls of Babylon, that the unicorn was on there, right?
No, that
They had the unicorn on the walls of Babylon
in a movie, or you mean like in actuality?
in real life. I mean, like the old city of Babylon.
Pegasus. Oh, okay. Yeah, not a unicorn or Pegasus. Yeah, okay. But yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. I'm listening. So we're listening.
Well, since I wanted to wrap up the Phoenician part, man, I think we should bring it to an ending here in a minute. You know, kind of be done with it, and we start fresh with the Canaanites in the next one.
That'll work so great for me because I'm about to run out the house again, and I have to pee and stuff before I do that, and then it's like I hit the phone. Yeah, I know. I'm like my politically correct. Imagine me being your president. Like, yeah, hold on, guys, I gotta pee. Like, no, excuse me, man. Please, I have to be excused to go to the restroom. Like, I know the proper, but I guess I've gotten lackadaisical with the proper. But yeah, if you don't mind, excuse me, correme, me salma.
But yeah.
So yeah.
Is there anything you want to say before we get off here?
Summer emailed me back, so I'm gonna set up something with her. I haven't, because she emailed me last night. I feel like I was in the middle of my show, but if I wasn't in the middle of my show, I didn't see it till after my show. So I'm gonna hit her back. I have an interview with Bob Dub coming up on Friday after our evening show, so it'll be like 7 our time. So I'm gonna require some assistance from you to get everything set up in order for me to be able to start recording on my own, so I don't have to ask my interviewees to record for me. Shout out to old John. Our interview is up as well. He's going to be posted on his channel. Like I said, I have a show tonight. I have a time for you at 1:11, and so, excuse me, 11:11 at 1. Excuse me, 11:1 at 1:11. We'll have 1:11 all the way around the board. So I'll do that. My shows haven't been too long lately. I have a time frame as to when I plan to stop. And what else is that? Like, I don't want to say I'm behind. It's just like all this stuff kind of hit me from left field. It kind of came out of the clear blue for me all of a suddenly. And I'm just attempting to kind of readjust in accordance, because I'm very grateful for the opportunities to be able to like just meet people, like meeting you guys, meeting Jaffe, meeting, you know, we got a tag team Tan. And he's not going to get us off the hook. He's not getting off the hook that easy. He wants us to do a double. If we're doing a double, he's going to have to put in 2 good whole hours, 2, maybe 3 hours. So Tan, I know you like to listen on live stream. If you're listening, we're coming for you, man. We're coming for you. I think we should incorporate that on Friday's roundtable.
Yeah.
And we can kind of get him there, and then we'll see how that goes. And you can send me a link for mine, and I could get that. That'll be 3. That'll be Bob Dub, that'll be Summer, and that'll be Tan. And like I said, we already have Old John, and we already have Disney Magic Zach up. So yeah, let's keep getting. And your interview, you're gonna have to. When are you gonna do this with me? Tomorrow.
We can set it up whenever you want to. I'm ready to go when you are. So just let me know.
Okay, so it'll probably be tomorrow, Thursday. I'll let you know for certain within the chats, because for whatever reason, Thursday keeps sticking out in my head. I don't know why it keeps sticking out. I keep tomorrow, Thursday. But Thursday, I know I have the basketball. I don't know why I want to do it on Thursday. But today's my last show until the 11th. So I'll have some content in the middle if I do my interviews, and I schedule accordingly, because, I only do it with the sync. So I might have one on the 7, though, because 11/7, even though it's not 7/11, 11/7 is still significant. But the whole month of November is technically synchronicity because it's 11.
that's a form of hypnosis. It's changing your perception on what is actually natural and the way that the human is supposed to actually think.
Do you feel, well, I feel like that's all manipulative and able for us to be able to be easily controlled. Like, I know for a fact New World Order is a real thing, and people attempt to deny those, like, any type of speculation in regards, like, oh no, it's just talk. The facts wouldn't be present if not. How easy is it for you to be controlled and basically put yourself into a concentration camp or get an unnecessary vaccine that's not really a vaccine but really is a chip? You know how long they talked about chipping people before they came out with the vaccine? Like, before COVID even existed, they talked about people are going to have to get a chip in order for them to have their finances read and everything like that. Now they're presenting it like it's cool. They're like, look, now there's a new way to read your text messages. You can read them on your hand and stuff like that. Like, people are so caught up in having the newest of the new without even thinking about the consequences of the receipt. Like, they're so, it's just, I don't know. I don't get it. How can you be so freaking dense? Like, how is it? And it's literally the money. It's literally the money, which they're about to take back with this digital currency transition. But no one believes that. People think that, oh, you're just a hater. No, what they're going to do is tell you that if you have cash, they were doing it for a little while, where they started getting rid of change. You couldn't go inside of, you remember this? This was a couple years. You couldn't go inside of a store and get change. And every single company was encouraging you to be able to use debit or credit. And if you didn't have debit or credit, they didn't have anything for you. You were not allowed to shop at that store. And that happened for a while at stores down here. And then some of the stores just kind of was like, I'm not going to do this anymore. How come we can just kind of not do this anymore with that stuff? But when we come to the overall commands and demands of money, we're too afraid to let it go because we have to have some type of form of control. We have people associate power, stuff that has nothing to do with each other. Excuse me. Having power is having money. And you get money by being a slave, which makes no sense because if you think about slavery, you're working for free. Okay? People say, I'm a slave at my job. And they'll say, well, I'm not working for free, but you are. Money itself tells you that it's a form of debt, consolidated debt. Like, hey, here's your debt tender. Pretty much you owe us. We're going to let you borrow this because you say you're good for it. So here you go. That's what you have. People think that it's an increase, but literally it's written on there that it's debt.
Now, I found the part that I was talking to you about deaths that happened because of these experiments. And I can read it to you real quick and see what you think about it. But it's right here in MK Ultra down towards the bottom under the category of deaths. And it goes, given the CIA's purposeful destruction of most records, its failure to follow informed consent protocols with thousands of participants, the uncontrolled nature of the experiments, and the lack of follow-up data, the full impact of MK Ultra experiments, including deaths, may never be known. Several known deaths have been associated with Project MK Ultra, most notably that of Frank Olson. Now, Frank Olson is the guy I was referring to. Olson, a United States Army biochemist and biological weapons researcher, was given LSD without his knowledge or consent in November 1953. As part of a CIA experiment and died after falling from a 13-story window a week later. A CIA doctor assigned to monitor Olson claims to have been asleep in another bed in a New York City hotel room when Olson fell to his death. In 1953, Olson's death was described as a suicide that had occurred during a severe psychotic episode. The CIA's own internal investigation conducted that the head of MK Ultra, CIA chemist Sidney Gottlieb, had conducted the LSD experiment with Olson's prior knowledge. Although neither Olson nor the other man taking part in the experiment were informed as to the extent nature of the drug until some 20 minutes after its ingestion. The report further suggests that Gottlieb was nonetheless due to reprimand as he had failed to take into account Olson's already diagnosed suicidal tendencies, which might have been exacerbated by the LSD. The Olson family disputes the official version of events. They maintain that Frank Olson was murdered because, especially in the aftermath of his LSD experiment, he had become a security risk who might divulge state secrets associated with highly classified CIA programs, about many of which he had direct personal knowledge. A few days before his death, Frank Olson quit his position as acting chief of the Special Operations Division at Detrick, Maryland, later Fort Detrick, because of a severe moral crisis concerning the nature of his biological weapons research. Among Olson's concerns were the development of assassination materials used by the CIA, the CIA's use of biological warfare materials in covert operations, experimentation with biological weapons on populated areas, collaboration from former Nazi scientists under Operation Paperclip, LSD mind control research, and the use of psychoactive drugs during terminal interrogations under a program codenamed Project Artichoke. Later forensic evidence conflicted with the official version of events. When Olson's body was exhumed in 1994, cranial injuries indicated that Olson had been knocked unconscious before he exited the window. The medical examiner determined Olson's death as homicide. In 1975, Olson's family received a $750,000 settlement from the U.S. government and formal apology from President Gerald Ford and CIA Director William Colby, though their apologies were limited to informed consent issues concerning Olson's ingestion of LSD. On November 28, 2012, the Olson family filed suit against the U.S. federal government for the wrongful death of Frank Olson. The case was dismissed in July 13th due in part to the 1976 settlement between the family and government. In the decision dismissing the suit, U.S. District Judge James Boasberg wrote, "While the court must limit its analysis to the four corners of the complaint, the skeptical reader may wish to know that the public record supports many of the allegations in the family's suit, far-fetched as they may sound." A 2010 book by H.P. Albarelli Jr. alleged that the 1951 Pont Saint Esprit mass poisoning was part of MK Delta, that Olson was involved in that event, and that he was eventually murdered by the CIA. Early academic sources has attributed the incident to ergot poisoning through a local bakery. Now, I'm going to end it right there with that reading because that was quite a bit of information. So, what's your take on all that stuff that I just read?
I mean, like, it just seems like it's the same message, just from different content in different contexts. It just seems like everything is connected in the way that what you were talking about, how we can put this concept with that concept, and you draw your own conclusion, but in the same breath, I feel like it's being drawn for us here. Like we're kind of just here. This is the outline of what it is, and then like do whatever you will with it.
Yeah, and the thing is too, like people talk about this stuff today, and everybody's like, "Oh, they're just crazy. They're just crazy." And this isn't from crazy people. This stuff is verified. It's government. Right. You know what I mean? This is stuff that actually happened, and it's on document. It's no conspiracy because the government's openly saying, yes, this is stuff that happened. You know, some of this stuff might be circumstantial, you know what I mean, because it is on Wikipedia. But at the same time, they also ask them to show, freaking citations for the stuff they say on here. And there are some that need citations, but if you look at a lot of this, they have citations to go along with everything they're saying. So I find that this article is legit, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. I mean, but most of the stuff is legit, even if it's seemingly discredited by popular belief. But that's just because people are attempting to maintain a certain type of image.
Yeah. And they don't want to look bad. You know. Yeah. Who wants to talk about this stuff when it's just gonna brand you as a crazy person? You know, one of those people with freaking tinfoil hats.
Me, I'm at the point to where truth is so important that I don't care how it makes me look, because I'm so because if I don't say anything, everyone has this concept that they have to be quiet about stuff, and then that's why it keeps happening. I don't want my kids to grow up in the same world that we have right now. I don't feel like that's fair. I feel like if I have the power, not even just because the power starts with your mindset, but if I have the power and the passion to be able to change this world, it's my direct responsibility. I feel like I'm a clown, a loser, and a lame if I sit here and know that stuff is messed up and I keep allowing it to be messed up without standing up for justice. And that's just real.
Yeah. How long have we been on here? Have you been keeping track?
It's almost 2 hours.
Damn.
Almost 7. Yeah, I know. We're getting ready to go. I have to get ready to go too because I got really, really hyped because I gotta get stuff done.
I didn't even realize we were on here this long, to be honest with you.
I gotta, yeah, and I have to pee. So let's go ahead and end it so I'm really pumped right now because it just like, I was looking for answers and it literally just fell in my lap, like God, it's so good. I gotta go. And right. I appreciate you, and I will listen in tomorrow, but we have basketball, so for the first half an hour, I'll be present. Actually, the first hour, because what I learned is the game does not even start till 7. So, yeah, I'll be here I'll be here tomorrow for Tech Talk.
I will talk to you later.
All right, have a good night. Be safe, and thank you. Hey, I might hit you up later so you can help me because I don't know why it wouldn't stream to Rumble even though it was supposed to, and I just literally copy and pasted the embedded code. So I might play with it first myself, but I might have to hit you up.
All right.
Thank you.
I'll be able to do it.
You seen me last night? I was calling you like Beetlejuice. You should have heard me in my house. I'm like, Roger!
Yeah, no, you even tagged me. You even tagged me on Discord. I seen that on John's. On his
I was getting desperate. I was like, help me, Roger! And I'm yelling that out loud in the house, so it's funny to me, only me being here, but I just could imagine watching me on TV. But anyway, I'll talk to you later.
All right. I'll see you later.
Thank you.
And I hope you guys enjoyed. Thanks for stopping by and checking us out. I will talk to you later.
That's just disgusting. Like, oh my gosh, and I can only imagine the smell. No, it's no way. I mean, they're still dead. And see, they don't even eat all of it. Because right now, on the pathway to walk out where my neighborhood, after I leave the neighborhood, there's a dead whatever it was, and it's still sitting there. Like half of it is still sitting there. What if they're not hungry that day? What if they don't come out and eat the body and it just sits in your yard and rots? No, there's no way. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. No, 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 no.
Just,
Mm.
just horrible.
That's crazy. And I wonder they probably still do this somewhere because you know how like though you're talking about like even like African cultures. I was reading something and watching something that was talking about how African cultures and like Jewish culture, like talking about where child sacrifice is still practiced in certain cultures. So stuff like this is still practiced if they're still killing kids.
Now, do you know how to read French?
No, not. You mean I can probably like no the council of suppression of this was in English on the other side of the cemetery of the innocents, the habitat, number of corpse. This a little bit. Inspection of the general. And this is what I read when they said that they ordered them to stop. The men's whole train. This is where they used to do it at, where they hid the bodies at. In the subterranean, the mansion. Yeah, no, I don't. I'm not fluid.
That's fine. They're explaining all of it. I wonder how old this is.
I want to take a screenshot of this.
You want me to get the
link? Yes. Yeah, if you can link it, that'll be nice.
Well, it's in the link right there on the side of the Jitsi. All you gotta do is click on it.
Is it? You already did it?
Yeah.
No, I have that one. Is that the same picture? I was on that when I was reading. I was on that. That's where that comes from?
Yeah, go on the wiki and click on one of the pictures.
Oh, I see it right here. Yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
But see, that's not that picture. That's the how. It goes through all of them. I see now.
You gotta hit the arrow on the.
And that's the last one. I got it.
Yeah. So is that the last one?
Well, mine's it is. Maybe not on yours. Yeah, it is. This is the last picture. Except we didn't look at this green one right here. Oh, that's just the entrance to the catacomb.
Yeah.
You skipped over that one.
No, I had that one actually. I showed it. It was
I missed it.
Just you was talking, so I didn't want to bring it up.
But it's so. Yeah, that thing right there.
when I got good conversation going on, I don't need to bring anything like that up. That's just like an entranceway. But you were saying some good stuff, so.
It's not even as cool as these maps. This map right here for the whole inside.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Right.
You can't beat that.
So I wonder how much they charge people to see this thing, to see a bunch of dead bodies. How much are people? Let me see how much.
There's so many entranceways for these catacombs. You don't even have to pay. I mean, like
what?
They're still going around trying to find all the entranceways and close them off from the public. I mean, people are literally getting lost in these catacombs.
I want to go in there.
You can, but
I know. I just
understand now. It's a complete different underworld. I mean, literally, it's an underworld that's hidden away from people from the above world. So,
look, we're talking about the ones in Paris. I searched to see how much it costs to visit the catacombs in general, and they bring up the ones in Italy. We haven't even touched those.
Yeah. Well, the ones in Italy ain't nothing like this. I know which ones they're talking about.
Crypts and Roman.
They're big. They're big, don't get me wrong, but Paris has everybody beat when it comes to these catacombs. I mean,
wait a minute. We call cryptocurrency crypto, and the beginning of it says Rome crypts.
Yeah, crypts.
I want to know what the word means, crypts, because we call cryptocurrency crypto.
Crypts. Well, you should know
the etymology. Okay, an underground room or vault beneath a church used as a chapel or burial place. A small tubular gland or resource. Okay, so crypt. Now let me see the etymology of it. Crypt, because we said crypto, a chamber wholly or partly underground. That would make sense. Underground money, yeah, black market, especially of all under the main floor crypt, because we call it crypto. So I want to see what the etymology says. Go ahead. I apologize. It
Oh, it's
just caught my
fine.
attention.
No, keep reading.
Etymology, etymology. Because you know that that's how cryptocurrency is shortened, and yeah, it's called crypto. It's literally just the O on it. Crypt etymology QR. Yep, there we go. And let me see what it says. Grotto, cavern, from Latin crypta, vault or cavern, or vault, crypt,
Yep.
hidden. There you go, hidden. Cryptos. See, look, a hidden vault, feminine of cryptos, hidden. Verbal of female. Female version means hidden too. That's crazy. Cryptos means hidden in feminine version. Verbal adjective for because they use Bitcoin to buy and sell children, and it's just interesting that crypto is the feminine version, and it means hidden. Like so, basically, I'm thinking hidden
Yeah.
female type thing.
Now you
Verbal adjective.
understand you understand the feminine and the masculine of words, right?
Yeah, O and A, and just depending on the language, yeah, it's
Yeah.
usually O and A because L and La, and I do a little bit of French studying, but mainly Spanish right now because where I stay at, everyone speaks Spanish. It doesn't matter what store you go to, Walmart, everyone speaks Spanish. You have to know how to communicate in Spanish if you really feel like you're going to be able to get anything done around here. So crypto. See, before vowels, crypt was the form of element meaning secret or hidden, not evident or obvious, used in forming English words at least since 1760. Crypto Calvinianism, from Latinized from the Greek cryptos, hidden, concealed, secret. That's wild. That's wild because I'm just thinking about it being having to do with the grave and dead people, and the fact that that's in Rome and they're talking about
It's
crypts.
crazy, huh? Yeah.
I mean, especially when you go that far with it, it's definitely crazy. Yep, crypts and Roman catacombs, guided tour with coach transfer, small group, crypts and catacombs, tours with bones.
Now,
This is connected.
now that we've gone over that, you want to hit these churches now?
Yeah, I'm cool with that. I have me pulling back up.
Now, this is one of the articles that I have concerning. Let me get back to where I need to go. Concerning St. Michael's. This is St. Michael's mummies. I can
This
read.
says the other thing. Can you pull it up? Because mine's is showing the catacomb. Oh, you don't have it. You're not screen sharing it just now.
Yeah, I can screen share it, but I got the link on the side if you want to use it. Where are you at?
Mine's is different. Mine's is at echofiles.com. Eco or Echo.
Yeah, that's
That's
it.
what
That's it. No, this is. I've got this one sharing now, so
I see.
it should be the same thing. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the same one you got?
No.
Okay. All right. Let me read this then. Down in a set of dimly lit narrow stone steps in a vault underneath the church lay dozens of coffins and one mummy ready to shake her hand. The mummies in the basement of St. Michan's Church in Dublin, Ireland are really only available for viewing because of a loophole in the rules of the church. St. Michan Church has an interesting history even without the mummies. The foundation of the church was built in 1095 to serve its ostracized Vikings. To serve the ostracized Vikings, who were still in Ireland after the rest had been killed or kicked out by Wolf the Quarrelsome. The other Irish forces in 1014. The church was rebuilt in 1686, and a large pipe organ was installed in 1724, on which Handel is said to have first played the Messiah. But all along at the church changed, the crypt stayed the same, slowly mummifying all that way within. There are a number of theories as to why the corpses in the basement have been preserved over time. One is that the basement contains limestone, making the basement particularly dry and therefore good for mummification. Another is that the church was built on former swampland, and that methane gas is acting as a kind of preservation of the bodies. Other theories involve the presence of oak wood in the soil, or the building material used in the church.
That seems more likely.
Regardless of the reason, whatever is preserving the mummies is also disintegrating their coffins. After a certain amount of time, the wood falls away and a well-preserved mummy comes tumbling out. This is where the loophole comes in, for though it would be inappropriate for the church to break open caskets looking for mummies, when the mummies reveal themselves, so be it. The mummies have indeed revealed themselves, while there are caskets strewn about and in small nooks in the wall. Some coffins are falling apart enough to reveal the arm or leg, and most visible mummies are the big four mummified corpses, which have no lids on their coffin and are displayed together. On the right is a woman simply called the Unknown, and well, there isn't much more to say about her. The middle one on the right.
The middle one is known as a thief.
Now on the right, I gotta make sure that there.
You want to see the picture?
See if there's a picture. Okay. Yeah, see, they don't have pictures for it, so. But that's why. Okay, so these are related. But yeah, they don't have the pictures of it on there to show. Other than, well, they got the coffins up here, which is cool.
Yeah, the ones that are falling apart, that were supposed to be falling apart. Yeah, maybe slide. Does it slide over and show more?
Yeah, it does.
Here you go. Here. Is this the? Go ahead. Now there's three,
there
right?
There we
Those
go.
Right
Look at
there.
that. Look at that.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see that?
Yeah.
Now we got we're on Broadway now, buddy. Okay.
On our way to Park Place.
Mm-hmm. Let me finish the article first, and then
we'll go through the pictures. Yeah.
That's cool. That is cool. They did a good job there.
On the right is a woman simply. That's where you at. And then you finish that one, and then the middle one is known.
Okay.
You passed it.
Okay.
You too far.
The middle one is known as the thief and is missing part of both feet and hand. Some say the hand was cut off as a punishment. It is believed the thief later converted and became a priest or respected man, which is why he is buried in the church.